To our honorable guest, esteemed members of English fraternity, distinguished resource persons, and all the participants joining us live in this room or connecting us digitally around the world. A warm and hearty welcome to you all. On behalf of the Department of English, it is my immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to you all to this two-day international conference on digital humanities, cognitive linguistics, and contemporary literature. Koneru Lakshmi Education Foundation was established as Kale College of Engineering in 1980, recognized as deemed to be university by UGC in 2009. Kale University has since flourished under visionary leadership of our President Sir, Sri Koneru Satyanarayana Garu, upholding its esteemed legacy in both the realms of education and research. With a vibrant campus, distinguished faculty, and an inspiring learning environment, KLU serves as an ideal springboard for ambitious dreams. Whether for an engineer, entrepreneur, manager, and a legal expert, the university provides world-class resources, expert mentorship, and global opportunities to empower success. Today, we stand at this remarkable place, KL University, to arrange for ourselves a platform where code meets cognition and data meets discourse. To mention as per our conference title, Digital Humanities transforms how we archive knowledge, cognitive linguistics deciphers how we process meaning, and contemporary literature reimagines what possible in storytelling. Over the next 2 days, we will explore groundbreaking ideas from AI-driven textual analysis to cognitive analysis, to narratives, as well as the contemporary literary archives. Dear participants, these diverse perspectives, spanning cultures, disciplines, methodologies, will enrich our discussion and inspire innovative pathways for our future scholarship. We are honored to host eminent keynote speakers, dynamic panelists, and brilliant researchers who have gathered here under one umbrella to share our discourses. Let us embrace this opportunity to question, learn, and connect. May this conference ignite collaborations that transcend borders and discipline. I again welcome you all and thank you for being part of this transformative event. So now I take the privilege of inviting the guests onto the dais. As we stand at the threshold of this intellectual journey, it is both my pride and privilege to invite our reverend dignitaries onto the dais. It gives me great pleasure to invite our guiding force behind this conference, the convener, Dr. S. Lavanya ma'am, to grace the dais. I request Sarah to greet ma'am with a welcome posy.
With great honor and deep respect, I now invite to the dais Dr. K.V. Divya, our esteemed head of the Department of English, the guiding spirit and unwavering pillar of our department, to grace the dais. Please welcome ma'am.
With equal pleasure, we extend our warm welcome to Head of the Department BS1, Dr. D. Harita ma'am, onto the dais. Welcome ma'am. I request Sri Devi to welcome ma'am with a posy. So welcome ma'am. At this auspicious moment, it is my distinct privilege to invite our guiding force of Freshman Engineering Department, our Reverend Principal, Professor Dr. V. Krishna Reddy Garu, to grace the dais. Welcome sir. I request Sai Durga to greet sir with a posy.
It is now my privilege to invite to the dais a distinguished academic luminary whose leadership transcends boundaries. Dr. M. Kishore Babu Garu, Dean of Management, Humanities and Sciences and International Relations. So please welcome to the dais. I request Sarah ma'am to welcome sir with a posy.
With the highest esteem and reverence, I now call upon the eminent architect of our institution, a vision, Dr. K.S. Jagannatha Garu, our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, onto the dais. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I call upon Sridevi to greet sir with a welcome posy. So we extend our warm welcome to the head of the department chemistry, Dr. Venkateswar sir, who has just joined us to join the dais. So welcome, sir. I request Sarah to greet sir with a posy.
With profound honor, I now invite to the dais Dr. Sarada Dallam ma'am, Professor, Department of English from SV University, Tirupati, an eminent scholar whose work exemplifies academic excellence and visionary thought. We are truly privileged to have you as a keynote speaker for this occasion, ma'am. We eagerly look forward to the wisdom and knowledge you share. Please welcome, ma'am. Kindly grace the dais. I request Sridevi ma'am to welcome ma'am with a posy.
So I once again thank all the dignitaries on the dais for joining us. We now invoke the Lord to lead us in a short prayer as we seek blessings for today's proceedings. I request students from Swara Club to start with an auspicious prayer song.
महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि 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 वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिं महादेवसुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं महादेवसुतं गुरुगुहनुतं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं मारकोटि प्रकाशं शान्तं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियम् महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महाकाव्यनाटकादिप्रियं मूषिकवाहनमोदकप्रियं महागणपतिं मनसा स्मरामि वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित वसिष्ठवामदेवादिवन्दित महागणपतिम्
Thank you, students, for amplifying the environment with your devotional song. Thank you so much. So now I request the convener of the program, Dr. S. Lavanya ma'am, to give away the proceedings of the conference.
Good morning and a warm welcome to all the delegates and participants, both offline and online. At the outside, I'm sorry, there was some delays. Being Kale University, which has plenty of activities at the same time, we had to spread ourselves for the 2-3 events that were going on. But having said that, as the convener of the conference, for the two-day international conference that we organized in collaboration with Cambridge University Press and Assessment and our partners, publishing partners, St. Anne's Cognitive Chronicles, and we have IJELLS, and also World Journal of English Language. These are the 3 publishing partners, and we have the sponsors, Lawrence and Mayo, who is also going to help us with the setting up of iCamp activities. Having said that, now at the outset, the conference was designed keeping in view the emerging situations and research requirements related to language. We cannot be stuck with anymore with only Shakespeare or poetries and etc. We are moving into the age of AI, and the language teachers are crucial even for AI. There's a lot of machine learning, deep learning happening. It's not as if we are not part of it. We are part of it. We need to explore ourselves and be ready for it. And I'm proud to say that we have received an overwhelming response from the participants. We have more than 250 papers that have been submitted. They're still pouring in actually even today, because we have asked for the spot registrations. And then we have over 350 registrations. We have many of these scholars who have joined from across 24 countries and over 24 states of the country, India, and 6 countries from outside India, from Bangladesh, from Thailand, from Iran, from Saudi. We have a good number of them, Canada and USA. So it's a great honor to have said this, and I hope all of you would enjoy this conference. Please cooperate. The tracks are ready and everything is ready. I'm very grateful to my HOD ma'am for the encouragement that has been given, and equally, of course, the principal, Sir Krishna Reddy sir, who was there for the word go. He has been there, always giving the right tips and helping wherever there were hitches. And of course, our very important person, Dean MHS and International Relations, Dr. Kishore Babu sir. So it's a great pleasure to share these days with them. And Sharda Talam sir, madam, she is eminent in her own way. She has been a senior professor of SV University, and she has been contributing majorly to a lot of research, and she has been the guiding lamp to many upcoming research scholars. Her standards are very tall, and she has been helping many young students and scholars to really take forward the concept of English in the new changing world. So with this, I would like to invite the others. And we have the 3 streams of digital humanities, which has an overwhelming response. Major of the papers are on that. And when I've been going through, it gave me a lot of pleasure to notice that people were looking at working on poems also, short stories and novels and many other things into the digital humanities. It's a great pleasure. I remember the names also of the presenters. I wouldn't like to roll off that. And of course, the cognitive linguistics is another major area. It's not as if it's English or any other language is hopeless. Language is required for AI too. We have to rise up to the occasion and do it. And this is what all the presenters, all the delegates have, kind of confirmed our effort here. And we have two of the resource persons joining us from UK. The resource persons are from Cambridge. They will be joining us. And we have one resource person, the expert in cognitive linguistics from Canada also. So please do be with us, bear with us, and get the maximum from all the resources. You've made a lot of efforts, and thank you all for joining.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our HOD ma'am, Divya ma'am, to address the gathering. Please welcome ma'am.
Respected dignitaries, dear colleagues, dear scholars and participants who have gathered here today for the two-day international conference. Good morning to you all and a warm welcome to you all. On behalf of the Department of English, KLEF, I'm delighted to welcome you all once again to this two-day international conference on digital humanities, cognitive linguistics and contemporary literatures, which we are organizing this year. Last year we have organized one, this year again in 2025. We are honored to host this event in collaboration with Cambridge Assessment and Press, bringing together distinguished scholars, researchers, and students from India and also a few countries in the world. This conference stands at the intersection of tradition and innovation, where literature meets technology, language meets cognition, and imagination meets the digital frontier. I thank all the collaborators, organizing team, and all participants for making this possible for us today. With great pleasure, I invite you all a happy participation and a wonderful learning on these 2 days. May the conversations we spark here today illuminate the circuits of knowledge and light the pathways to the future to you all. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, ma'am, for your wonderful wishes and greetings. Thank you once again. Now I request our Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. K.S. Jagannath sir, to address the gathering.
Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my dear students. It's indeed a great pleasure, to always get involved in a language. We always think, science is different, language is different. But it's not true now, because we use language not only as a culture, also not only learn things, but also for the health. We call it health humanities, So language has become a very important, because when I saw all the multidisciplinary composition you have put together, in this process, language has become a very important in the diagnosing personalities, personality disorders, because many of the things connected to brain, we have no test. There are no blood tests, nothing we can do. So we use language as a parameter. So we are making, some of your colleagues to work on that in collaboration with Harvard and, South Korea and other places, where we use positive language, negative language. What is the difference? Positive language is the one which you talk psychologically when you are peaceful, positive mindset, happiness. Your language is different. When you become hypertension, anxiety, anger, your language is different. So depending on your language, your brain processing get changed. That you have to understand. Language is not just you speak and forget. It is impacting your brain activity. That's why we say, if somebody is speaking completely different modules of language, we tell them you need to be taken care. Because by listening language only, we can assess the personality disorders. And now, added to that, now we have the AI joined with us, which makes a lot of things. It looks fun, but don't become an addict to the process. Because language is your power. It's not to be dictated by somebody. That's why it's, when you want to speak something, we always say it comes from your heart. Truly it comes from your brain. You form the words, you form the poetic knowledge, you form the sentences depending on the processing you are doing in the brain to circumstances. AI don't do that. AI switch on, switch off. So many of the children getting addicted to AI-based language, we are not supporting, because it's going to impact your brain process. So, for example, if I say next 10 years we train our children in AI-based language model, imagine what will happen to their cognitive parameters and other related. Now you see, before post-COVID, after post-COVID, you have a lot of differences in human personalities, lot of differences in the language parameters. Even people write, when they make stories or a poems thing, they always put some sadness in them, because that created an issue in their life, So those are the parameters which you need to build up. So when you are writing, your writing skills are very essential. When you are speaking, your speaking skills are very essential. And always speak with a happiness. And then you don't have happiness, you are psychologically impacting. So your language is a very big tool in diagnosing you are a depression person, you are an anxiety person, or you are suffering with other process, we can easily identify. That's why when you go to a psychologist or psychiatrist, they allow you to talk because that's where they are going to identify the language. So please take these dimensions because now English has become health humanities. Any language has become health humanities. So those processes you need to build up the system. So I request you, all of you, please start understanding when you are speaking, because you are professors of English and other thing, when you are speaking to somebody, the way in which they speak, don't take it lighter. Analyze their speech properly. You understand a lot of new things in your own language. Okay? Please do that process, and I really congratulate Divya madam and Lavanya madam and all team here. Of course, Krishna Reddy and Kishore Babu, all this group, where you all integrate into having such a conference is really wonderful. It's always close to my heart because I work on this area. Because we always keep interacting language. When people come to me, sometimes they come to me with anxiety, some people will come to me with anger, all kinds of things, then we make them to sit, analyze, and then cool them down. So smoothening language we have to use. So all these things are very important, and this topic is apt for the current situations happening around. And I see next to 10-15 years, many of the people trained in English, they're not going to be trained in English. Like, we used to hear when we were in university, novel, literature, poetic, all kinds of things. Now we are going to have health humanities also going to be a major issue which English department may start soon, where you are going to be a part of the medical schools. You're not going to be part of this. You're going to be part of the medical schools, which is a very crucial parameter. And I really congratulate English department and team for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for elucidating the power of human language and for your encouraging words of wisdom. Thank you, sir. Now, I request Dr. M. Kishore Babu, sir, Dean MHS and International Relations, to address the gathering. Please welcome, sir.
Yeah, most humble man, moving encyclopedia, Dr. K.S. Janadra garu, Pro-Chancellor, sir. My close intimate friend Krishna Reddy, and department chair, the most humble HOD among all 26 departments, who speak less and do more, Dr. Divya, and Venkateshwar Rao, the chemistry man, and chief guest Sharada Madam garu, and Niagara of KL University, who always bubbly, Lavanya garu. And more importantly, women empowerment is a true replica at KL University, especially English department. Out of 26 faculty, to my knowledge, probably 18, 19 faculty are women, who are leading from to my almost 2 decades. I don't know reason. Maybe men are good, accepting leadership of women. Or maybe they are beautiful. Let them lead. Take the back chair and again enjoy the journey. That may be the philosophy of department, maybe, I don't know. Wonderful themes are digital humanities and cognitive linguistics and contemporary literature. I speak only digital humanities I being a director of digital marketing of Yale University for last 4 years, apart from 2 other designations. I'm always, basically I'm a man of marketing. I always look at figures and again revenue. I look at even Lord Venkatesha as the unit of business. Don't mistake on me, because I see only the business in Tirumala. The same darshan was sold in different timings and again different prices. Suprabhata Seva 10,000 rupees probably, Supadam 300 rupees, Ajita Seva 1,000 rupees. Same God, same place, same laddu, but again the way it is presented, the way it is being organized is something great. I do respect Lord Venkatesha. If my wife is with me. If not, I'm a pure businessman. I am driven by a beautiful example recently when I happened to visit Mumbai 2 months back. Even last week I was in Eswatini and South Africa. 2 weeks back I was in Muscat, Oman. 2 months back I happened to attend Salesforce Essential meeting at Mumbai, Reliance World Habitat Center. I happened to attend one of the presentation by Vice President of Mahindra. He was narrating a beautiful example, what all happened and how the strategies are being redefined because of digital humanities. I'm again subject to correction, but I'm only narrating what I've heard and again what I learned. So today you're using this. Even your phone is being recording all your emotions. Somebody has asked you, how are you? You may say, I'm fine. And it will assess your intensity and again affection, how intensely you are expressing. How genuinely, I'm fine is all right. Oh, I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine. These profiles are making the corporates to understand your psychology as well as your behavioral aspects. I'll give you a beautiful example, probably that is an apt. Hope most of you might have heard about Mahindra Scorpio, Mahindra XUV 700 and Mahindra XUV 500 updated version, and also Thar. Might have seen the car called Thar, which is a remarkable, again, revolutionary in its version, popular segment. When it was launched 2 years back, Mahindra took 6 months to sell 50,000 cars. I repeat, to sell Thar version 50,000 cars, it took 6 months through field and again various showrooms. And whereas to sell XUV 500 updated version, it took 4 months to sell 50,000 vehicles. To sell Scorpio advanced version or modified version or updated version, it took 1 month to sell. Whereas to sell XUV 700, it took only 3 days to sell 50,000 vehicles. What happened? What is the reason? Anything changed? The only formula is digital humanities. There is another word called paralinguistics. Digital paralinguistics is also a beautiful word that is coming up probably next 2 months. Probably we'll hear about all these paralinguistics in AI and UX. User interface and again user experience. Today companies stopped campaigning a lot. They are trying to study your behavior, what all you are preferring, what all your expectations, what all your opinions, and again what is your price sensitivity. We have been using a number of apps like Cars 24, Cars Deco, probably Cars Selling, Spinner, Spin Wheel, etc., etc. So in case you are registered in any app, all your profiles are completely analyzed, again compiled and given as a data narration. Sir, instead of targeting 125 crores, I'll target only those 50,000 students, 55 customers who can come forward to pay immediately instead of I spending millions of rupees in the form of advertising or probably digital campaigns. Companies have stopped. They're minimizing and narrowing all their investments. It is all possible provided if you understand all your preferences, all your expectations, and all your expressions. You may be sending n number of mails. Google is studying everything. You may be chatting and texting through WhatsApp. It is being recorded in Google. Google is creating wonderful database and again data profiling, or what is called social profiling, through which I can sell my cars, I can sell anything. Even for that matter, Tanishq, one of the beautiful brand from Tata. Tan means body and Ishq means love. Those who love their body, they put on beautiful jewelry because Indian women love to touch and feel. As and when they attend a function, they always draw the attention by keeping their hand like this because they put on necklace. One is security, second one is drawing attention. Tan and Ishq, Tan and Ishq, Tanishq. They stopped. They are closing down all their showrooms and started selling the catalogs. Catalogs with a mirror and again a necklace. If you put on that necklace which is printed on the mirror, you will see your face only. The face part is completely a mirror and below that there is a necklace. If you look at your face, you can also see you as wearing necklace and again you can send whether you like it or not. You can simply text it, I need it. They'll immediately send a demo. Or arrange a online conference to brief and again narrate what all facilities available. They'll deliver you, sir. Today people stopped going for showrooms and again spending hours and hours to choose the jewelry. This so-called cognitive linguistics, again digital humanities, are making people more interactive and again versatile to make decision at fast. Because I read a lot. I study n number of market studies. Again, I read a lot about various practices of companies. I being a digital marketing head, I'm trying to integrate a beautiful software called Mule into our CRM called Merito, but unable to do it. Again, now I'm driving the CRM company to adopt this digital humanities, again, cognitive linguistics into my Merito platform, the KL platform, so that whatever you ask, it will pool all information available in 2000 backlinks and give you immediate information in no time, probably max 1 second. The moment you text it, the data is captured from all website and again back pages. It will give you all your requirements. Probably in 15 days we're going to introduce. Probably I may take assistance of English department to make it more interactive and again more comprehensive so that the one who is visiting will get his information. I'm also doing a lot of analysis by using a beautiful software called Semiotics or SEMrush. SEMrush is a beautiful software. It will give you a quick snapshot. How many people are visiting KL University? How many people are visiting English department? Again, English department, which page they are spending how much time, I can give you in no time. Maximum 2 minutes, I can give SRM University, I can give Vignan University, I can give Siddhartha University, I can give KL University. I can choose 5 universities at a time. Max time its take is only 1.5 minutes, probably 1 minute. Today, world has become almost like open door. Anybody can get through our profiling. Again, at the same time, we need to be very, very cautious to prevent the data capturing and again data stealing. Of course, it is beyond our control. It's still we have to try. Hope this forum will help to give you more understanding, because English department is all the way, it's orthodox. Now it is becoming more versatile and again more dynamic by adopting interdisciplinary approach, understanding and combining the social sciences, again, a little computational skills, whatnot. A blend of all, becoming all-rounder. Trust. English department will give a beautiful way to KL University and to interact with the world in more efficient and again effective manner. I sincerely thank Lavanya Madam for inviting me yesterday evening. Thank you, Madam Garu. Flying ఏం కాదు, నడుచుకుంటూ వచ్చానండి. Because I చెప్పాను కదండి, అంత రెవెన్యూ అండ్ అగైన్ రెవెన్యూ. I believe in revenue, not for me, but again KL University. Yesterday we closed a deal of around 50,000 admissions for next 10 years online with one of the government, I don't tell. because already signed and approved, but again, once it is materialized, probably I'll share that information. Happy to share that. Madam, thank you so much for inviting. నేను మాట్లాడింది రెలవెంట్ నాకు తెలియదండి, బట్ again నాకు అర్థమైంది తెలిసింది. నాకు కృష్ణారెడ్డిని అడుగుతున్నాను నేను, అంటే ఏంటని. నెట్లో చూస్తే డేటా మ్యాపింగ్, డేటా విజులేషన్ రకరకాలు ఉన్నాయి, ఇవన్నీ మనకు అర్థం కావాలి. నేను బయాలజీ స్టూడెంట్ని అండ్ ఇంటూ డిజిటల్ మార్కెటింగ్. లైఫ్ ఈజ్ సంథింగ్ ఊహించుకోండి. అలాగే దివ్య మేడం కూడా థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. మేడం మీరు అప్పుడప్పుడు ఎక్కువ మాట్లాడుతుండాలండి, మీరు ఎవరితో మాట్లాడిపోతే కష్టం. హోప్ దిస్ లింగ్విస్టిక్ విల్ మేక్ హర్ స్పీక్ మోర్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. అండ్ ఇక్కడున్న ఫ్యాకల్టీ అందరికీ హైబ్రిడ్ మోడ్లో ఇలా చేస్తే రేపు పొద్దున పెళ్ళిళ్ళు జరిగితే ఎవరు భోజనాలు పెట్టరు. ఎందుకంటే పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ కూడా ఇంపార్టెంటే. ఐ నో దే ఆర్ అటెండింగ్ ఆన్లైన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఆల్. గివ్ నైస్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్స్. థ్యాంక్స్.
So thank you so much, sir, as usual, for your trademark engaging speech, besides throwing light on the potentialities of digital humanities and cognitive linguistics. Thank you once again, sir. So now the most awaited moment and the prestigious moment, the release of the souvenir. I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join the souvenir release. So we invite Madhusudan sir, Dr. Madhusudan sir, co-convener, Dr. Sharmila Sigamani ma'am, co-convener of this event, to join the release of souvenir. So I request the dignitaries to bear with us for a few more minutes as we have one more book release. I invite Dr. Sophia ma'am, RPAC. It is Man's book which she has authored with Single. The name of the book is English for 21st Century, Pedagogy, Strategies and Employability. I request the dignitaries for this book release. Thank you.
I thank all the dignitaries for the book release and the souvenir release. Now I request Sharmila ma'am to propose a vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks. So yes, I know that we started late, but we started with a bang. I'd like to thank God Almighty who has made all of this possible. And of course, I would like to thank our chief patron, our president, sir, for giving us permission for conducting this international conference. I thank the dignitaries on the dais, especially our Pro VC sir, Dr. Jagannath Rao sir, who came here and shared his words of wisdom. I thank our Fed principal sir, Dr. Krishna Reddy sir, who is here, who has been our driving force for this conference. I thank the others who are also present here, the head of the Department of Chemistry, Dr. Venkateshwar Rao sir, BES1 HOD, Dr. Haritha ma'am. I would like to thank the Dean of MHS and International Relations, Dr. Kishore Babu sir, who told us about the importance of digital humanities. I'd like to thank my own head of the department, Dr. Vishnu Divya ma'am, who has been with us in every step of the way for this program. I'd like to thank especially our keynote speaker who's present on the dais, Dr. Sharda Thallam ma'am, who came here to the campus yesterday and who's been present with us, who's been very gracious in every occasion from yesterday onwards. And of course, I'd be failing in my duty if I fail to thank our convener, Dr. Lavanya ma'am, and of course, our co-convener, Dr. Madhu sir, for all the efforts. I once again thank all my organizing committee members, my dear faculty members who are here, the lovely participants who are there online and offline. I thank each and every person here for their presence and for their various roles and contributions. Thank you all. Continue to be with us in spirit and online as well as offline for the program, which is going to go on till tomorrow. So thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Sharmila ma'am, for the vote of thanks. Now it's time for the plenary session to begin. Before we invite the speaker, I request Dr. Rama ma'am to present the profile of our guest speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Twinkle ma'am. Good morning, everyone. And it's my privilege to read the bio note of Dr. Sharda Thallam. Dr. Sharda Thallam, Professor, Department of English, Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati. Professor Sharda Thallam teaches in the Department of English at Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati, where she has served as head and chairperson of the Board of Studies. A postgraduate from the University of Madras and PhD from the University of Hyderabad, she brings over 30 years of teaching and research experience. Her expertise spans African American women's theatre, gender studies, literary theory, translational studies, post-colonial and cultural studies, with a special passion for Bhakti literature and women poets of Bhakti period. A Fulbright Senior Research Fellow at the University of Wisconsin-Madison 2012 and 13, she is among the few Indian scholars to have worked extensively on African American women's engineering drama. Professor Thallam has visited leading institutions including Oxford, Chicago, Georgia State, and Emory, delivering keynote addresses, plenaries, and guest lectures. She has published 4 books, 45 research articles, and attended 60 conferences and delivered 18 invited talks. She continues to guide research, publish widely, and serve on academic boards and doctoral committees activity universities. So with this very short bio note, may I welcome ma'am to take over the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Can we start? Good morning, everybody. It's been a pleasure being here. So many known faces, former students, etc. And I think that it started on a very auspicious note with a beautiful rendering by the students who sang the inaugural song. And anything which kickstarts in an auspicious note will continue undeterred, I'm sure. Well, I'm here to give the keynote address on digital humanities, cognitive linguistics, and contemporary literatures. And I would, as a keynote speaker, I would speak on the definitions and directions that it has taken. Well, the topography and contours of the literary landscape remains totally transformed today. As we move towards the midst of the 21st century, owing to the augmented use of technology, and also due to the growing interdisciplinary nature of the epistemic acquisition itself. Scholars and students of the contemporary world no longer occupy isolated linear spaces of knowledge, but simultaneous multidisciplinary knowledge spaces that is in consonance with the redefined worlds of contemporary research. The average individual is now cast to the vast domains of knowledge in its multiple incarnations, which is tantalizing indeed. The worlds of real time and those of the cyber worlds merge, synthesize, and seem to be seamlessly blending into each other. Even the way we experience literature is transformatively evolving. We are now welcomed to the world of digital humanities, where we have the confluence of computing and the humanities using digital tools to analyze, Is it being recorded?
Yes, ma'am, it is recorded. YouTube link is online.
It's okay. So we now see a confluence of computing and the humanities, which use digital tools to analyze literature, art, and history. The experience of literature is no longer confined to the printed pages, but is evolving into a dynamic multimedia process, challenging both the readers and writers to engage with stories in innovative ways. The future of literature will be more inclusive, interactive, and deeply integrated with technology. Belonging to a generation who once read the evolution of English fiction from Defoe through Hardy, Jane Austen, etc. on the printed page, the current change is unbelievable yet real. A slight deliberation would reveal us that the technology and literature have always been in fusion since ages. The ancient times saw palm leaf manuscripts for knowledge preservation, since that was the only technology which was available in the then times. The same is the case of the printing press of Gutenberg and later Caxton, who made the printed text available to the public with the aid of the then available technology. But currently, humanities is beyond the printed page. The arrival of ebooks and audiobooks, the development of interactive fiction and digital storytelling, hypertext, etc. have transformed the literary experience. Digital tools permit authors to juggle with multimedia elements, fuse text with sound, video, and interactive features which enhance both the reading and the writing experience. In interactive fiction, readers are far from being passive and rather active participants making choices that directly influence the plot and the characters. This creates a personalized story where each reader's journey through the text can be unique. Hypertext fiction uses hyperlinks to allow readers to navigate through the different sections of the story in non-linear ways, creating multiple pathways and interpretations of the narrative. It challenges the conventional boundaries of storytelling, offering more dynamic, engaging, and participatory reading experiences. The focus of this two-day conference on digital humanities, cognitive linguistics, and contemporary literatures is only too relevant for the present-day scholar and seeker of knowledge, since its existence in a globalized, technocratic world of knowledge spaces have come to stay. For one born in the latter half of the earlier century, with my traditional education of British literature that was largely synonymous with British English literature, occasionally interspersed with a few doses of Indian English literature, American literature, and the then Commonwealth literature, which was later transformed into new literatures or post-colonial literatures, the current shift and conglomerative nature of knowledge systems are clearly visible. With the introduction of the NEP 2020 and the vision of a Vikshit Bharat, the educational scenario in India stands rapidly transformed. Lyotard's postmodern condition took cognizance of the impact of technology on culture and critiquing the dominance of grand narratives over overarching ideologies and arguing that technological advancements, especially in computing and communication, had led to a fragmentation of knowledge and a proliferation of diverse, often conflicting perspectives. Lyotard is seen as the forerunner who predicted and accepted the rapidly formed digital spaces, the production of cybertext, and the promotion of a cyber culture. While digital presence in the domain of sciences is often perceived as something which is logical and natural corollary, the digitized nature of humanities was initially perceived with a sense of doubt and as something which was unnatural, owing to the antiquated forms of knowledge perception. The fact remains that in a contemporary globalized world, with the imperative growth of English as the dominant language that holds within its power the latest scientific advancements, books, images, and texts, the digital spaces largely remain dominated by this language. So digital humanities has not dismantled all traditional forms of knowledge production, but it co-creates a very democratic epistemic space, negating all barriers like that of the student, non-student, researcher, non-researcher, etc. It provides open access to all forms of knowledge seekers. Todd Presner's report on knowledge highlights how digital humanities denaturalizes print and makes strides towards media-specific analysis. It bridges the gap between the individual and knowledge through the digital resource, and digital scholarship thus creates fluid forms of knowledge. It plays a significant role in the domain of contemporary research. Library catalogs, emails, Google databases like JSTOR, Project Muse, etc. are an intrinsic part of research in every branch of humanities. Digital humanities therefore takes cognizance of the plasticity of digital forms, thus transforming both its representation, its mediation, and its experiential process. It owes a certain amount of relevance to the Renaissance concept of studia humanitas that studied humanities in multiple ways to shape better citizens through literary studies. The origins of the name digital humanities itself owes its origin to two events. Number one, the 2009 MLA convention at Philadelphia, there was a major subfield of discussion on digital humanities. The plan for Blackwell's original companion to digital humanities, it was initially named as a companion to humanities computing. An attempt to form an alliance for digital humanities organization by merging the Association for Computers in the Humanities and the Association for Literary and Linguistic Computing. So the 2009 MLA convention also held multiple panels on the newly emerging field of digital humanities, and Twitter was also extensively present there. A major landmark is in the current domain is the Digital Humanities Manifesto, authored by Jeffrey Schnapp, Todd Presner, Peter Lunenfield, and Johanna Ducker. It's a pioneering call for the metamorphosis and validations of humanities in the 21st century's digisphere. It advocates for a post-print or a neo-print model that is embedded within a multiplicity of media practices and forms of knowledge production. Its position in the contemporary classroom is very important. It offers for the students a career beyond the classroom. It is equipped with both humanistic insight and digital expertise. Career options for students who are trained in digital humanities include AI-powered content strategists, data journalists as digital archivists and curators, and also as UX writers and narrative designers. Most importantly, digital humanities reasserts the value of humanities in the digital age, and it promotes an active engagement with digital technologies. It transforms, redefines scholarship in the cyberspace. It promotes interdisciplinarity and collaboration because it converges on other disciplines of humanities like history, archaeology, liberal arts, pedagogy, media forms, sciences, technologies, and highlighting the importance of collaboration and teamwork in tackling complex big humanities projects. It enables curation and knowledge preservation. The manifesto elevates the act of curation, including collecting, assembling, structuring, and interpreting digital content as a vital element of future humanities scholarship and teaching. There are different waves of digital humanities. In the first wave, textuality was still considered primary, whereas visuality and sound were considered secondary. This period primarily focused on digitization, preservation, and quantitative analysis of textual materials. The second wave made more aggressive use of technology, interpretative and digital tools towards textual explications. And in the process of using computational techniques to analyze a vast corpus of text collectively, it moves towards what Stephen Ramsey labels as algorithmic criticism that replaces traditional humanistic modes of inquiry, hermeneutic interpretation, and close reading as against computer analysis. In fact, machine reading produces a computational analysis of the text, its structure, its lexical choice, and linguistic patterns, etc. Digital tools are deployed to subject a text to data mining and text mining that uncovers patterns, themes, and information that may be missed out in a traditional close reading. Matthew Lockers and Ted Underwood in the 2015 article Text Mining the Humanities describe the process as being interdisciplinary that freely borrows from corpus and computational linguistics. Machine learning algorithms are used for text categorization and also to analyze culture. A significant such attempt is the project Culturomics, undertaken by Jean-Baptiste Miquel and team in alliance with Google to study culture. It applies high quantity data to study human culture in books, manuscripts, and magazines. There is an interesting role reversal which cannot be missed, since the scholar is often transformed into a curator and vice versa. In the third wave, digital humanities critically examines the societal impact of digital technologies and the role of the digital in shaping knowledge and culture. Reflexive engagement on the social, ethical, and political implications of digital technologies are also analyzed, along with the ethical implications of AI. Therefore, digital scholarship creates a new, fluid form of scholarship using digital tools and computational methods. A crucial mission of digital humanities is curation, which aids in preserving knowledge. Digital humanities is a platform of immense importance to conserve humanities in multiple forms. And digital curation may produce deeper new narratives which may lead to novel interpretations. The text polysemy thus remains enriched with digital humanities. Some famous archival resources for students of English literature include the Global Shakespeare Video and Performance Archive, Walt Whitman Archive, William Blake Archive, the Folger Shakespeare series, etc. Now, digital humanities has a special importance for Bharat, a nation. It is of immense significance to a nation like ours, which is a veritable treasure trove of all forms of knowledge, both ancient and modern. Indian Vedas, Upanishads, holy text Shastras, ancient Indian science, forms of education, medical systems, and literatures, etc., need to be curated to be accessed globally. The project has seen a beginning through the IKS website created by the Government of India, BharatVidya.in, a collaborative initiative of the Bandarkar Oriel Research Institute, provides access to a vast collection of manuscripts and publications related to ancient Indian studies. The Archaeological Survey of India website offers information on archaeological sites, excavation, and preservation efforts. Additionally, the National Museum, New Delhi, and the University of California, Berkeley's South Asia Studies Library also provides online resources for exploring ancient Indian history, literature, culture, and arts. There are several smaller endeavors include my own university, SVU's ORI Center, which preserves manuscripts. There are other such centers throughout India preserving manuscripts. There are several websites which offer resources on ancient Indian literature. Key platforms include Vedic Heritage Portal, the Rare Book Society of India, the Indian Culture Portal, and the Internet Archive. These sites host digitized versions of ancient texts, manuscripts, and scholarly articles, providing access to a wealth of information on various aspects of ancient Indian literature. Rabindranath Tagore's works have seen a variorum edition through the Bichitra online variorum. Digital humanities also aids in promoting gender equality. C.S. Lakshmi's Sparrow, which is sound and picture archive resources for women, is one such example. India's task in digitizing humanities is indeed titanic, since a vast quantum of its resources in a plenitude of languages are yet to be archived. The responsibility is high on the younger generation of tech-savvy enthusiasts. A major advantage of such a curatorial practice is the fact that it is not easily destroyable, as has been our vast knowledge during the multiple invasions. Can one easily delete from memory the ransacking of the ancient Indian universities and the libraries? In the heart of ancient India, vibrant ancient Indian universities flourished, where the brightest minds gathered to exchange knowledge and ideas. Takshashila, Nalanda, Vallabhi, Vikramshila, and Sharda Peeth were not merely universities, rather beacons of intellectual brilliance, nurturing scholars in diverse fields like philosophy, mathematics, and medicine. Each institution represented the rich tapestry of India's cultural and educational heritage, shaping the very foundation of global knowledge. But they were brutally ransacked along with their libraries, since the invaders knew the intellectual brilliance of Bharat. Nalanda University in Bihar burned for 3 months after destruction by the Bakhtiyar Khilji in 1193 CE. The library had 9 million manuscripts spread over 3 multi-storied buildings. A 9-storied building it also housed sacred manuscripts. Paul Monroe's first volume of Encyclopedia of History of Education quotes Tibetan accounts on Nalanda University Library, situated in a special area known as Dharmaganj, or Mart of Religion. It had 3 huge buildings, the Ratnasagara, Ratnodadi, and Ratnanjala. Among these, the Ratnasagara was a 9-storied building which housed thousands of manuscripts. Nalanda's destruction receives colonial apathy even today, since the book Burning the Books by Richard Ovenden, which was published in 2020. Richard Ovenden was a librarian of the Bodleian Library of Oxford. He mentions the ransacking of Alexandria, but there is not even a single mention of Nalanda. Even a YouTube search of burning of libraries mentions only Alexandria and not Nalanda, or other libraries like Somapuri of West Bengal, Jagannatha University of Bengal, the Library of Vallabhi at Gujarat, etc., which were storehouses of Hindu, Buddhist, and Jaina traditions. Hence, it is imperative that Bharat engages in digitizing, preserving, and curating its ancient knowledge system, as well as its current stride to protect its parampara of knowledge. It needs unbiased, educated, and decolonized minds that are digi-savvy and fueled by an enthusiasm to preserve and pass on the authentic light of knowledge to posterity. Some outstanding examples include the initiatives taken by the IITs. Some specific IITs and their IKS initiatives are: IIT BHU is involved in research related to mineral acids in the Rasayana Shastra. IIT Kanpur analyzes the sound spectrum of mantras and their relation to geometric patterns of yantras. IIT Roorkee is working on developing a conversational Sanskrit translator using neural machine translation. IIT Mandi proposed to set up an IKS and mental health application center focusing on consciousness studies, yoga, meditation, and traditional Indian medicine. IIT Tirupati has a project on waterproofing technology for ancient temples, and IIT Delhi is studying how indigenous knowledges can help the modern society. Besides these, organizations like Indica, Sangam Talks, and Tamil Heritage Trust organize talks, publish books, and strive to create a digital content for the preservation of India's indigenous knowledge for posterity. May the mission continue. Now, from the world of digital humanities, we now shift to a world of cognitive linguistics. Excuse me. Cognitive linguistics is a branch of linguistics that explores the relationship between the mind, language, and experience. It focuses on how language reflects and shapes our cognitive processes and how our understanding of the world influences the ways in which we use language. It emphasizes the embodied nature of cognition, which focuses on our physical experiences and interactions with the world and its primal role in shaping our linguistic abilities. It emerged in the 1970s as a reaction to formalist approaches like generative grammar. Its roots can be seen in Chomsky's 1959 critical review of B.F. Skinner's verbal behavior. Chomsky's rejection of behavioral psychology and his shift of focus from empiricism to mentalism in psychology ushered the new concepts of cognitive psychology and cognitive science. He considered linguistics as a subfield of cognitive science in the 1970s, but he called his model as transformational or generative grammar. He was contested by his contemporaries because George Lakoff united in the early 1980s with Ronald Langacker and the other advocates of the neo-Darwinian linguistics in a so-called Lakoff-Langacker argument. It suggested that they picked the name cognitive linguistics for their new framework to undermine the reputation of generative grammar as a cognitive science. The major thinkers of this domain include Lakoff, who's known for his work of conceptual metaphor theory, and Langacker, who developed the cognitive grammar theory, which emphasized the importance of conceptual structures in shaping linguistic form and meaning, and Adil Goldberg, who contributed significantly to construction grammar, a framework that perceives language as a network of constructions. Apart from this, you also have Gilles Fauconnier, who focused on the primacy of mental spaces and their role in the meaning of construction and discourse formation and its semantics. There is an immense amount of interdisciplinarity in the study of cognitive linguistics because it amalgamates cognitive science, cognitive psychology, neuropsychology, and other related fields. It provides a framework for understanding how language, mind, and experience are interconnected, offering a cognitive pattern of language learning and perception. There are different approaches to it. Number one is generative grammar, which considers language as an autonomous mind module distinct from mathematical logic and which is also influential in cognitive psychology and computer science. The other approach includes the conceptual metaphor theory developed by Lakoff and Mark Johnson, which posit that metaphor is not just a linguistic device, but a fundamental aspect of how we think and understand the world. Metaphor is therefore transformed into a cognitive tool that is deeply embedded in our cognitive processes, shaping how we understand and reason about things. Further, metaphors have a source domain which is concrete, which is translated into a target domain which is often abstract. Then there is another approach is cognitive and constructionist grammar. According to this view, there is no grammar in the traditional sense of the word. What is commonly perceived as grammar is an inventory of constructions, a complex adaptative system, or a population of constructions. Constructions are studied in all fields of language research, from language acquisition to corpus linguistics. Then, cognitive linguistics is closely allied to psycholinguistics because they are allied fields that investigate the complex interplay between language and the human mind. Psycholinguistics, it primarily examines the process through which language is interpreted in terms of the inherently underlying cognitive structures. Psycholinguists, on the other hand, focus on the mental process involved in the language acquisition, storage, production, and understanding, drawing heavily on empirical findings from cognitive psychology. Both cognitive linguistics and psycholinguistics perceive language as a mental phenomenon that organizes processes and conveys information. Then, what is the distinction there? Often, cognitive linguistics often emphasizes conceptual structures, semantic relationships, and how language reflects and shapes thought. Psycholinguistics tend to focus on how of language processing, investigating specific areas like word recognition, the neural and the clinical underpinnings of language. Cognitive linguistics is also associated with neurolinguistics because they are both diverse yet interconnected fields that focus on the nexus between language, thought, and the brain. While cognitive linguistics focuses on how language reflects and shapes our conceptual understanding of the world, neurolinguistics investigates the neural mechanisms and structures underlying the language processing that are responsible for language comprehension, production, and acquisition. It biologically examines the role of a specific brain regions like Broca's area and Wernicke's area that aid in language processing, and investigates how brain damage can affect language learning impairments like aphasia. This branch of linguistics amalgamates with related domains like neuroscience, cognitive science, and neuropsychology. Cognitive linguistics is also linked with the effective natural language process system by providing insights into how humans process and understand language, particularly the nuanced aspects like implied meaning and context. Integrative cognitive linguistics with NLP can enhance its ability to grasp deeper semantic and pragmatic layers. It aids in text generation, sentiment analysis, and it also helps in cognitive-computer integration. Cognitive linguistics is also linked with digitalization because cognitive linguistics finds in an innovative relationship with digitalization. We just looked at digital humanities, and these digital tools can be used for linguistic research, for digital translation, etc. And you can also analyze the impact of digitalization on language and thought, because digital communication platforms like social media messaging apps, etc., introduce new linguistic norms and communication styles. Cognitive linguistics can analyze how these changes reflect and potentially influence cognitive processes like attention and focus, how human attention is affected by this digital humanities and digital content. And the focus is also, another research is done on memory, because excessive reliance on readily available information online may affect memory formation and recall accuracy. It also has an effect on social cognition, decision making, and critical thinking. Digitalization is also used as a tool for cognitive linguistics research, wherein corpus analysis and is analyzed through with the help of cognitive linguistics. There what happens is that there is an integration of human and computational approaches. By combining cognitive linguistics theoretical insights into human language and cognition with computational methods can lead to a more sophisticated AI systems and deeper understanding of human language processing. This hybrid approach can improve human-computer interaction and enhance the NLP tasks like text generation and sentimental analysis. On the whole, cognitive linguistics offers divergent yet highly relevant modes of contemporary linguistic research and directions. It also aids in the research of contemporary literatures. As stated in the beginning of this talk, research in humanities, especially in English studies, has gone numerous modifications and ramifications. I'm now looking at contemporary literatures. But a more careful and logical analysis would aid us to perceive the efflorescence and transformation of the domains of humanities into multifarious modes, thus making all knowledge interdisciplinary. The term contemporary literatures is an umbrella term that integrates many domains within the humanities discipline, especially its currently thriving positions in English studies. I'm discussing a few domains here, and these domains are merely indicative and not exhaustive. The first domain that I would look at as is eco-critical studies. The literatures concerning the studies of nature, its once pristine state, its present state of decadence, and the consciousness of the human ravaging of Mother Earth is what constitutes this domain. A vast quantum of ongoing research in this area is a testimony to its prevalence. Eco-critical studies, eco-literary studies, green cultural studies, brown studies, blue studies, ecology and literature, climate change and literature, climate derangement and literature are just some of the sample nomenclatures under which eco-literary studies are labeled. The core principle of this domain is to promote an eco-conscious generation through literary studies. Far from a mere study of English Romantic poets, a dynamic and adaptive syllabus in India often includes within its rubric the native and the original ethos of the nation and the region from which it emanates. For instance, the paper on ecological studies in many universities in Tamil Nadu include the Tamil concept of Thinnai and its fivefold description of the landscape: Kurinji, Mullai, Marudam, Neidal, and Palai, which refer to mountain, forest, cropland, seashore, and desert. Ancient Tamil Sangam poetry, especially the Agam poetry, is set in these landscapes and its corresponding moods. Translations like those of George Hart and A.K. Ramanujan are included in the syllabus of Tamil Nadu universities, which have papers on eco-critical studies, along with numerous other Western writers. My own parent department, Sri Venkateswara University English Department, has a generic elective on green cultural studies, which begins with the first ever hymn to Mother Earth in Indian literature, that is the Bhumi Suktam of the Atharva Veda translated into English. Our inclusion of the translation of the Telugu novella Moogavani Pillana Grovi, The Dumb Man's Flute by Kesava Reddy, which is also titled as Ballad of Untillu, depicts the near-suicidal death of a farmer who loses his land. The story is notable for introducing magic realism into Telugu literature and its fusion of myth, folklore, and cultural belief. Penned in the Rayalaseema dialect, it makes the text both language and region-specific for a better understanding of the ecological predicament of the times. Many Western models of eco-literary studies explore the history, application, and the future of eco-criticism. For instance, the Oxford Companion to Eco-Literary Studies traces its origin and practice of various theories like posthumanism, phenomenology, queer theory, deconstruction, pataphysics, biosemiotic criticism, and environmental justice, but unfortunately it focuses exclusively on British literature. Further, eco-critical study specifically remains rooted in domains like post-colonial eco-imperialism, etc., and uses theories like those of Alfred Crosby, Vandana Shiva, Ramachandra Guha, etc., to analyze the multifarious means of eco-exploitation of the post-colonial nations. A significant and interesting area of research includes study of native and aboriginal literatures, especially the Indian tribal literatures, the Native American literatures, Australian aboriginal studies, New Zealand Maori literatures, and the like. For instance, the themes in aboriginal nature poetry include a focus on the spiritual connection to the land, a pain emanating from a loss and disposition of the land, the physical and emotional identification with the land, etc. The tribes persist with endurance to establish their identity. Literature is then transformed into a tool of resistance. The poetry underscores the profound and often painful relationship between the destruction of the land and the loss of aboriginal culture, with writers highlighting the deep connection between the land's well-being and humanity's future. For instance, Oodgaru Nunukal's poem, We Are Going, delineates the poignancy of the aboriginal tribes losing the land. The tribes who were once owners are now strangers in their own lands. The land is now bereft of the emu, the eagle, the kangaroo, the corroboree, and the boraring. Its loss continues to haunt them. Native American poetry also centered on themes related to a profound spiritual connection to the land and a critique of environmental degradation. A landmark, it's not just Native American poetry, but also its fiction looks into this theme. A landmark in this domain is Leslie Marmon Silko's Ceremony, which is set after the World War II in the American Southwest. This novel portrays the lives and situations of Native Americans in the modern world. The portrayal is largely bleak and depicts the process of how the modern world, especially America, destroys Native American lives and dishonors Native American spiritual practices. And today, America preaches ethics to the entire world. But the novel's positivity lies in the medicine man, who retains the past and the native ethos, thus representing the resilience of the entire race. A relative and overlapping domain in the area is the area of eco-precariousness, that analyzes the vulnerable position of human and non-human lives in the process of eco-imperialist exploitation. This domain examines the precarious lives that humans lead in the event of ecological disaster and the increasing precarious state of the environment itself as a result of human interventions. Professor Pramod Nair has coined this term. In the contemporary times, eco-precarity is a complex theme from the fetus to the Mother Earth itself. Another related domain is animal studies, which is also an interdisciplinary field that examines the relationship between humans and animals. It is inclusive and its approach amalgamates the animal biology, zoology, ethnology, and ethical examination of social and cultural perspectives on animals, inclusive of anthrozoology, and explores these multifaceted relationships. To us Indians, the human-animal nexus is but natural, since we have had the Panchatantra of Vishnu Sharma, which fuses the human-animal worlds, making the two indecipherable. Other contemporary domains of literary studies include medical humanities, trauma studies, disability studies, memory studies, etc. Trauma studies analyzes the deep-rooted pain in individuals or as a group or a society collectively. It examines the literary, psychological, and cultural aspects of trauma while drawing on post-structuralism, post-colonialism, and cultural studies to analyze how trauma shapes identity, memory, and social relationships. The impact of trauma is explored at the psychological level, drawing from the Freudian theories of childhood trauma and memory. Freud's theories in studies in hysteria and beyond the pleasure principle dominate trauma critics today. Trauma's impact on the individual society's identity formation, and most importantly as students of English literature, trauma's effects on language and fragmentation of human consciousness is reflected in the narrative discourse, which is keenly analyzed. Consequently, trauma analyzes not just the speakable, but also the unspeakable, which is reflected in specific meta-language, best represented in its discourse. So what happens in trauma narratives is that the narration by itself is a therapy and is a healing process. Closely allied to trauma studies is memory studies, an interdisciplinary field focusing on how individuals, groups, and societies forget, remember, and construct narratives about the past. Memory studies fuses history, sociology, psychology, literature, and anthropology to examine the multifaceted nature of memory. It explores the complex interplay between remembering and forgetting, recognizing that both are active processes that shape our understanding of the past. The major theorists include Maurice Halbach, Social Frameworks of Memory, Eric Hobsbawm and Terence Rangers, the inventors of tradition, and Paul Ricoeur's Memory, History, and Forgetting. Another domain which is much researched in the contemporary world of literature is medical humanities, which explores how literary texts delineate human experience of illness, pain, trauma, and healing across culture. This field draws on various humanities disciplines like literature, philosophy, ethics, history, religion, and applies them to medical education and practice. Apart from analyzing the human trauma, it also explores the impact of pain on language. Literature and medicine have always been in dialogue. Apollo was the god of physicians and poetry, while some of the greatest writers like John Keats and Anton Chekhov were trained as doctors. In our time, literature and medicine have become ever more intertwined in health humanities. Novels like The Diving Bell and The Butterfly, or works like The Sound and Fury by Faulkner explore the complexities of mental illness. Along with medical humanities, which speaks of illness, there is another illness-related area which is epidemic and pandemic studies. As far as this domain is concerned, examples abound in the Bible, ranging from the plague that killed 70,000 people sent as a punishment for David's sins, to the earthquake and eclipse immediately following the crucifixion. Sophocles of Oedipus Rex begins with the arrival of a strange disease that plagues the land. In Wasteland also you have references to a strange disease which plagues the land. The Fisher King is the healing spirit there. The Decameron by Boccaccio, which features stories told during the Black Death, provides insights into human resilience and coping mechanisms during the times of crisis. Marquez's Love in the Times of Cholera presents a human emotion of love in the time of pandemic. A search into the crisis origins become mandatory. If the root cause is discovered, then the healing process is initiated. An important point which we have to note in such pandemic narratives is that they also try to create a false discourse on othered nations. The search serves to establish blame and guilt on the othered nations, on the imaginary other. For example, Thucydides mentions that the plague of Athens started in Ethiopia. No scientific reason is given there. Boccaccio asserts that the plague of Florence came from the Oriental lands, meaning all the Eastern nations. No scientific reasons are given there. Defoe hypothesizes that the Great Plague of London arrived probably from Turkey. And Camus famously allocates La Peste in Algeria. Sartre chooses Malaysia as the setting for his typhus. The plague outbreak of Sinclair Lewis Aerosmiths originates in China. He probably foresaw the Wuhan virus, we do not know. And then Mann's Death in Venice is set in Bengal. Venice is portrayed as a humid nation of marshy canals, hot winds, roaming wild animals, especially tigers. An important dimension of contemporary literary studies is its gendered perspective. Gendered perspective includes the study of women's perspectives, masculinist studies, and transgendered studies. And a probe into the feminist dimension of all the domains of literature which we analyze today, like digital humanities, cognitive linguistics, ecofeminism, trauma studies, disability studies, vulnerability studies, epidemic and pandemic studies, can all be studied from a gendered perspective. We can delve into the woman-centered gynocritical experiences of the above said domains. And such narratives are not merely of the West. The artistic depictions tell us that such narratives are not merely of the West, but also of the other nations like India and other post-colonial nations which write back to the empire with might and power. A special mention needs to be made of the IKS which has raveled the greatness of Bharat to ourselves. To a generation who are merely Macaulay's children, with an interiorization of the supposed superiority of the colonial powers, and to eyes besotted with a gaze on the colonized, the anodyne lies in a proper understanding and probe into the hitherto unraveled and less rightly explored domain of Indian knowledge systems, including literatures which can aid in a deeper and a broad-based authentic understanding of a nation. Thus, in producing the right discourse through authentic, native, and trustworthy analysis, we would understand a nation through a genuine and imperialism-free native lens. Reading a treasure trove of ancient knowledge systems, including its literature, and producing authentic discourses that often need to counter Western diabolic and manipulative narratives is the duty of every citizen. The humanities are relevant in a contemporary world. Okay, the humanities, which were once the quintessence of the education, because art, literature, and history were not marginal pursuits, but the substance of true education. It remains altered in the present times. The book Crisis in Humanities in 1964 by the British historian J.H. Plumb maintained that the gentlemanly arts must change the image that they present, adapt themselves to the needs of a society dominated by science and technology, or retreat into social triviality. A gloomy report was made on the imminent death of humanities at that time. But let me tell you, friends, humanities do not have a bleak future. Its role is changing and imbued with a large quantum of dynamism. In English studies, its avatar stands not eliminated or diminished, but it is modified to suit the needs of a globalized and a techno-prevalent world. A recent newspaper report stated that Robert D. Newman, president of the National Humanities Center in North Carolina, he came to India. He said that humanities matter not just as a skill in corporate career. They matter because they encourage deeper contemplation. There is no contradiction between the two. The Carolina Center for Multidisciplinary Humanities Research is modeled on the Institute of Advanced Study in Princeton. It offers highly selective fellowships to scholars to help them win academic prizes like National Book Awards, Pulitzer Prizes, etc. The president of the center visited India last year to discover scholars of immense merit. He was accompanied by Rishi Jaitley, a prominent technology executive with a passion for humanities, who has also founded an executive leadership program built around history, philosophy, literature, religion, art, etc. at Virginia Tech University. They visited campuses like IIT Bombay, Ashoka University, and Delhi universities. The humanities-oriented subject experts matter as much as the techie, says Jaitley, because what matters is being a full-stack human. Lastly, let me state that the arrival of ChatGPT and AI often create misconceived assumptions that teachers are obsolete. Teachers of humanities need to upgrade their knowledge and skill sets on a regular basis to make themselves irreplaceable. A live, ethical, and animated teacher in a class is matchless. Robots may impart information, but it is ethical, humane, non-political, and conscientious teachers who deliver the best and transform lives of generations to come. Thank you. Can I get now?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your delineated keynote address covering all the three crucial aspects of today's conference: digital humanities, cognitive linguistics, and contemporary literatures. Thank you, ma'am, for presenting all the diverse areas that can be viewed from divergent lenses for better discourse analysis. Now, it is time to felicitate our keynote speaker, Dr. Sarada Dallam ma'am. I request Dr. Lavanya ma'am, Dr. Sunalini ma'am, Dr. Sophia ma'am, and Dr. Madhusudan sir. Now I request our convener, Dr. Lavanya ma'am, our research group head, Dr. Sunalini ma'am, and our RPAC, Dr. Sophia ma'am, and our co-convener, Dr. Madhusudan sir, to felicitate our guest. Now it's time to listen to our next plenary. Before I invite the plenary, I request our RPAC, Dr. Sophia ma'am, to present the profile of our next plenary, Dr. Jai Singh sir. Ma'am, please.
Esteemed dignitaries on and off the days, it gives me immense pleasure to express and read the profile of Dr. Jai Singh, Associate Professor, Department of English, Literature, English and Foreign Languages, University, Hyderabad. Dr. Jai Singh had research stay at Central European University, Hungary for 1 month under Indo-Hungarian Educational Exchange Program in 2011, funded by Balasi Institute, Hungarian Scholarship Board Office, and UGC India, and research stay at University of Turku, Finland for 3 months under Indo-Finnish Faculty Exchange Program, funded by UGC India and CIMO Finland in 2014. He also got AISU Italy Fellowship in the field of Digital Humanities in 2019, ETCL Canada Fellowship 2019. He works in the fields of Indology, Orientalism, Gender Studies, Digital Humanities, and Postmodernism. He is editor of the journals Quote, Unquote, Literary Miscellany, Language Forum, Literaria, International Journal of Communication. He is also part of editorial board of the Contour, Board the Literati, a peer-reviewed journal of language and literature. He is also part of review board of the post-colonial text ICIK, Asian Journal of Humanities and Social Sciences. He has his publications in Cambridge Scholars and Routledge published books and in the Scopus listed journals of international repute. He is also a member of research panel at Yonphula Centenary College, Royal University of Bhutan since 2020. He is also associated with LAN, Literary Association of Nepal. With these few words, I once again present to you the august gathering, Dr. Jay Singh, Associate Professor, Department of English Literature, English and Foreign Languages, University, Hyderabad.
Excuse me, sir, you are not audible here.
Times are understood because we are running out of time. I would like to take as because I is quite recent. Actively to mold the story and the flow. However, scholars became aware of this interface between technology and human consciousness quite early. For instance, Samuel Butler in his novel Irrevon, which he published in 1872. What he says, man's very soul is as he thinks and man. After that, in 1890s, we have Hugo Musterberg, who established psychology lab at Harvard in 1890s that marks a formative moment in the understanding of literature, not as a divinely inspired activity, but as a product of human consciousness. While talking about Hugo Musterberg's contribution to this particular field, Dean Irvine says, praises him. According to Dean, Hugo Musterberg's experimental study of the aesthetic feelings, launched with a catalogue of his lab's instruments, charts and models for the 1893 World's Columbian Exhibition, culminated in a series of publications on visual art and film, including the Principles of Art Exhibition, Art Education, 1904, the Photoplay, 1916, and posthumous 20th Century Painting, 1951. The dual attention in his writings to scientific and psychological mechanisms and their aesthetic and psychological effects spurred him to coin a very important term, psychotechnology, to define a field of research which views psychic life as a technological apparatus and technologies as psychic instruments. So psychology and technology, they become one and the same thing. By the first decade of 20th century, the mechanical aspects of human life as well as literature became apparent. Swana Rose, in her introduction to a very famous book, Reading Modernism with Machines, Digital Humanities and Modernist Literature, says, in his 1922 Constructivist Manifesto, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy proclaims that technology is the reality of this century. In defining technology as invention, construction and maintenance of the machine, and proclaim proclaiming that to be a user of machines is to be the spirit of this century. Uh, according to Nagy's machines, according to Moholy-Nagy, machines create reality. What kind of reality? Reality that determines what we can grasp and what we cannot understand. A new kind of reality was created with the help of machines. Therefore, computational machines constitute the foundation of our episteme, in which technology determines what emerges as real, as palpable, as capable of producing truth. So we got into the era where truth is a machine-made thing, and what recedes, unreal, ungraspable, and unrepresented. And whatever cannot be proved with the help of machine is not true. Towards the middle of the 20th century, they started looking at human beings as machines, as evident from Deleuze and Guattari's very famous comment. What he says, what he talks about the mechanical life, he says man and machine, they are the same thing. Man is machine, means life is machine, and machines are living. What he says, a machine has man for its parts. Even if we view them with their machines and integrate them, internalize them in an institutional model at every stage of action, transmission and motoricity. Hence, the social machine fashions a memory without which there would be no synergy of man and his technical machine. In the words of Jacques Derrida, we can call this situation as an anthropocentric computer. Cyber technologies and innovations in the field of artificial intelligence have revolutionized the relationship between the reader and the text. Interactive text have all the properties of new media and hence different from earlier text. This difference is quite visible when we compare movies with computer games, drama with internet, chat, and print novel versus hypertext fiction. Further, the interactive fiction can include other kinds of texts besides purely verbal ones. Some interactive texts include video game as a part of the plot, for instance. Michael Berlin's in Cyborg includes one, or it may require an active participation from the reader in solving the mystery, as it happens in Mark Blank's Deadline, a detective story. In such fictions, the reader literally becomes the protagonist and takes part in the development of the plot, as Anthony J. Neese and Norman and Holland, while discussing Cyborg, say, instead of identifying with the hero you read about, you become the hero as you play. Both the player and the plot evolve and the game is played. So we entered a new era where the reader is constructing the text. Digital text function by a software package that reacts to the actions of the user by executing certain modules of code, thereby modifying the state of the computer, just as the behavior of the computer alters the state of the mind of the user. So there is an interaction between human mind and the computer. While talking about this particular relationship, Marianne Wolf says, the generative capacity of reading parallels the fundamental plasticity in the circuit wiring of our brains. Both permit us to go beyond the particulars of the given, the rich associations, inferences, and insights emerging from the capacity allow and indeed invite us to reach beyond the specific content of what we read to form new thoughts. In this sense, Reading both reflects and reenacts the brain's capacity for cognitive breakthroughs. When human brain is faced with the new challenges posed by the interactive but non-living giant of artificial intelligence, it readjusts itself. As Marianne Yvonne says, our brain goes about rewiring us in a much more ingenious way. Faced with something new to learn, the human brain not only rearranges its original parts, that is, the structures and neurons responsible for essential functions such as vision and hearing, but it is also able to refit some of its existing neuronal groups in those same areas to accommodate the particular needs of the new function. When we talk about the interactive text, computers, artificial intelligence, are the biggest challenge before us. While talking about these things, the biggest challenge before us is if this dialogue between mind and machine, that is mind and computer, can be put in the service of storytelling. This is the big question. We are people of literature. In the 21st century, a few interactive narratives were produced successfully. In the year 2003 and 4, 4 books were published on the topic of interactive narrative. 2 of them by Caroline Handler Miller and Mark Meadows regard the existence of interactive narratives as an indisputable fact. Andrew Glessner compares video games with hypertext, a kind of interactive text, and eulogizes video games over hypertext. He believes that the purpose of interactive narrative is to be entertaining, and he finds that the only type of product that truly fulfills the goal is computer games. Hypertext, by the contrast, only kills the narrative pleasure that we find in novels and movies. So he gives advantage to video games over hypertext. When we think about why the interactive media, or rather techno-realistic texts that explore the use of cyberspace captivates the human mind, our younger generation, the answer comes from Plagan, who argues that cyberspace is comparable with social reality, emphasizing that the digital arena has started to play an increasingly significant role in the development of adolescent identity and the rites of passage, such as romance, that herald the transition to adulthood. Under such circumstances, cyberspace is not just comparable with social reality, rather it is a social reality. Salman Rushdie discussed video games and their influence on life and expresses certain concerns about the potential influence of gaming upon humanity when he says, we may actually have a story instinct, and so there is a legitimate concern about a new form which may erode our attachment to the story. What will that do to us as human beings? He is positive about the influence of video games on human life and literature. He is hopeful of the potential of video games as a new platform for storytelling. Then he is concerned about their ability to erode our attachment to story. One of the things that is interesting about it means video games is the much looser structure of the game and much greater agency that the player has to choose how he or she will explore and inhabit the world that is provided for you. Game theorist Grant Travenor agrees that games provide opportunities for an exploration of identity, similar to those of traditional fictional text, maybe like Shakespeare, so that the player can adopt a role in the fictional world of the video game. Many video games represent the player as a character within that world. Video games expand on their representation of a perceiving self within the fictional world, also allowing the subject to act. When looked at from this angle, video games emerge as a form of narrative that does what all narratives do, that is providing pleasure and instruction by encouraging the reader participants to examine their value systems and develop self-awareness and agency. Gottschalk, again a gaming theorist, sees a future for stories that may or may not involve literary fiction. We were creators of story before we had novels, and we will be creators of story if sort of attention span or technological advances ever render the novel obsolete. Story evolves like biological organism. It continuously adapts itself to the demands of its environment. So he says there is no danger to the story. The medium may be different, it may be paper or it may be a video game. He is quite positive about the influence of technology or rather artificial intelligence that leads to the evolution of interactive text and predicts that traditional fiction will not die, rather storytelling will evolve in new directions in the coming 50 years or so. He expects that interactive fiction in the form of live action, role-playing games carried out with very large number, or you can say millions of people participate in this game. Is this, gaming industry? So many people play video games. Online video games are there. Somebody from India, somebody from Pakistan, somebody from Nepal, somebody from Australia, somebody from Canada, and they are participating in the video games and evolving the game. While talking about the real danger, what is the real danger to the story? It is not the video game. Video game is not a danger to the story. According to Gottschalk, it is a junk story that is a real danger to the storytelling. Gottschalk uses the term junk story for this kind of stuff, useless stuff. And there he says humans evolved to crave story. This craving has on the whole been a good thing for us. Stories give us pleasure and instructions. They simulate worlds so we can live better in this one. They help bind us into communities and define us as cultures. Stories have been a great boon to our species. But then there are junk stories that Gottschalk talks about. It's a kind of stuff and that is of no use, that does not give us any direction. He further speculates that it could result in a mental diabetic epidemic. The real threat isn't that story will fade out of human life in future. It is that junk story will take it over completely. We share this concern about junk story, talking about taking over human life completely, and we go further in sharing our fear of the whole digital realm taking over human life and culture. This is why good stories in the form of literature are so important to preserve and to continue passing down to our children. Once you experience a real thing, those junk stories fail to satisfy the need for story, which goes beyond a mere craving for being deeply engraved part of human nature. So a real story plays a real role in the human life. A junk story plays no real part in the real life. And same can be applied to a real research paper that plays some part in the human life, but a research paper generated through ChatGPT does not take us to the higher level. With these words, I would like to say thank you for giving me chance to share my thoughts with you, and I hope I maintain the time. So thank you to all of you.
Sir, thank you so much, sir, for illustrating the interconnection between culture, language, and the significance of it in the posterity. So we are very grateful to you, sir, for you sharing your wisdom with us today. Thank you once again, sir. So before we could listen to another plenary, I request Dr. Sunalini ma'am to introduce sir to the participant. So we have a plenary 2 by Dr. Prakash Mandal sir. So Sunali ma'am, please.
Good morning to one and all. It's our pleasure to invite Plenary 2 onto the dais. Today's speaker for Plenary 2 is Dr. Prakash Mandal, Associate Professor of English, Linguistics and Cognitive Science, Department of Liberal Arts, IIIT Hyderabad. Prakash Mandal, PhD, FRSA, is the author of Language, Head and Computation, Palgrave, Macmillan, 2019, Language and Cognitive Structures of Emotion, Springer Nature 2016. These are all sir's publications. Natural Language and Possible Minds, Brill 2017. Language, Biology and Cognition, A Crucial Perspective, Springer Nature 2021. And The Cognitive Variation of Semantic Structures, Routledge, Taylor and Francis 2021. And also the editor of Springer Handbook of Linguistic Semantics. It's his future publication, forthcoming publication. Thank you, sir. Indeed, we are really awaiting your lecture today. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
That we need it in a plenary.
Okay.
Can you just mail it to mail ID? I can tell you.
Sure. I don't have
Outlook, sir. Do you have Outlook, sir?
no the net. This one.
Yes. So do you have Outlook?
No,
Yeah.
I
I'll just.
Give your mail ID to sir, so sir will mail it to you. We can open it here.
Otherwise,
email it to
yeah, yeah.
whatever email address that you want.
Yes.
Give your mail ID.
It's slow, sir. Network a little.
So is the
DHAN. Shall I type, sir?
that will be better.
Where is the T actually? Yes.
change this.
Sure. Okay. Oh, I've reached the end. Yeah, sure. Okay, am I audible? Okay, so first of all, I must thank everyone who is present here. And I'm honored to be invited by you, especially Dr. Madhu Munagala, who invited me to give a talk. So I agreed. So this is the title of my topic. So I'll talk about cognitive linguistics by walking you through the way cognitive linguistics has tackled linguistic structures, okay? And I will give you lots of examples to illustrate how it actually approaches human language. As for me, I've been introduced, but I think there was a mistake. I'm from IIT Hyderabad. I'm an associate professor of linguistics and cognitive science. So today I'm not going to talk much about literature because I'm not qualified to be speaking on that particular discipline. I'll be talking about cognitive linguistics from a mostly linguistic perspective, giving you some insights perhaps along the way, insights from cognitive science as well. Okay, so let's move ahead quickly. I hope I'll not be taking much time because I understand that some of you may be disturbed. It's lunchtime. Okay, so a snapshot of a history. If you look at the history, cognitive linguistics was a kind of movement, a kind of reaction to the previous tradition. I don't know what's going on. It's moving automatically. Oh, it's moving automatically. Yeah, I think that's. Yeah. Yeah, fine. Sorry for the slight problem. So before cognitive linguistics was born, especially in the 1970s, there was a heyday of structuralism in the US and also in much of the other parts of the world. So these are some of the figures from structuralism who actually looked at language from a more structural perspective, in the sense that they looked at language as a system where you have sounds for sounds you have sound structure, for syntax you have structure of the form of sentences, and also the form of words, which we call morphology. So these structures were actually understood and defined with respect to other forms within the system as a whole. So that was the core notion of structuralism. And the prime proponents of structuralism in the US in the 1950s and 60s, or even before that, were these two guys. The top one is Leonard Bloomfield, and the bottom one is Charles Hockett. Now, what are the tenets of structuralism? What are the features? What are the most important aspects of structuralism against which we can place the emergence of cognitive linguistics? Now, within structuralism, language is a semiotic system, okay, whose elements are sounds, as I said, structure, mainly syntax, and meanings. They are all supposed to be conceived of in relation to one another within the context of the system of language as a whole. Now, one important insight that structuralism had, and which still survives today in modern theoretical linguistics, is the idealization from actual linguistic speech data or actual linguistic data. That means linguists often concoct or fabricate linguistic data from intuitions, which may deviate from the actual linguistic data to some extent to understand how language really works, how the system works. It's much like what usual scientists do. I mean, when scientists try to model a complex phenomenon, they try to idealize away from different kinds of complex factors, human factors, other complex factors. So the same thing is applied over here. Now, what is important for us is that in structuralism, and the study of word structure, the study of sentence structure and the sounds was given preference. Meaning was neglected. Okay, so this was one of the prime concerns with respect to which cognitive linguistics emerged. And another important paradigm that was also emerging during the same era, 1950s, and that was generative grammar. It was founded by none other than Noam Chomsky. And some of the important tenets of generative grammar were shared with structuralism. So the first two facets of generative grammar. I need to look at the. Yeah, the first two facets of generative grammar were sort of carried over from the previous structural tradition. So form over meaning. That means focus more on form. Do not look at the meaning. I mean, you can neglect meaning. So you can look at form at the expense of meaning. Similarly, there was syntax over semantics. So within structure, the focus was more on syntax rather than on semantics. So the focus was on syntax rather than on semantics. So these two features or aspects or facets were sort of carried forward from the structuralist tradition. Now, two more features or aspects were sort of unique to generative grammar, and these are syntax is autonomous. That means the study of sentence structure is supposed to be autonomous. Autonomous in the sense it has to be understood without any reference to other systems of language, such as especially meaning. So when you study human syntax, you don't have to really worry about meaning as such. Another special feature which generative grammar introduced is the specialness of syntax. So for Chomsky and other followers of generative grammar, syntax is special. They did not theorize about semantics, because semantics is supposed to be a least understood system. Okay. Maybe you can finish it first.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, your PPT is not live.
No,
That's the problem. We are continuously.
Okay, please finish it.
Shall we leave and join the link again?
Yes, already it's there.
Here also. Microsoft Teams is hand actually. Teams. It has been working continuously since now. You can relog in using from your link, but it is not at leaving.
Join again in Teams. I can directly
You're not able to join. That's right. It's not allowing the camera and microphone to access. So for online there is some problem. Most of the participants are online. We are a bit worried about it. It's hanged actually, so that's it. Is it the same for everyone? Maybe because of that. Close it completely. Yes, sir, it is running to it. Now let me click this. Click on the link now. Continue. It will take some time because the software is maybe because of the huge number of participants we have been recording. Okay, wait. Let me share, checkers, and then let's ask. Is it changing? It's going on, right? So I think you are in this slide now, right? Right, unmute and full screen. No, officer.
So I think we are back. The common thread against which the emergence of cognitive linguistics has to be understood is the focus on form or structure rather than on meaning.
Mic connection.
That is for speakers, microphones.
Okay. Sorry for the whole thing. I think there was some technical error. Anyway, so the emergence of cognitive linguistics. So in the 1970s, some of the linguists, especially in the US, started writing about the cognitive basis of human language, and some of them are mentioned over here. But this list is not, of course, exhaustive. Wallace Shafe, Charles Filmer, George Lakoff, Ron Langacker, Leon Talmy, So all of them had one thing common. They all underscored the point that the primary function of language is to communicate meanings, so express meanings. And structure or syntax is not primary, rather it is meaning which is primary. So semantic structures of all meaningful units drive the mappings between form and meaning. And another important facet of cognitive linguistics is that language is supposed to be supported by domain general cognitive capacities rather than domain special cognitive capacities. Now, what does it mean? What does it mean? I mean, this means that cognition, I mean, the basic processes of cognition are also immanent or inherent in language. So language is not a sui generis capacity, rather it's something which is shared with the other brain faculties. Okay. Now, meaning is in cognitive linguistics. So meaning or semantic structures in cognitive or conceptual linguistics are patterns of conceptualization. That means they are structures in the mind or the brain. That means you can find them in the brain. So they are grounded, they are embodied in that sense. On this view, semantic structures are themselves cognitive structures. That means the things that you understand when language is uttered, okay, the kind of stuff that you understand or that I convey as I'm speaking is something that is to be found in the mind or the brain, not something that is to be found in the ear, not something which is just abstract. On this approach, semantics is also an independent domain whose units are conceptualizations, which are ultimately grounded in the cognitive system, as I said, in the mind of brain. And there could be different kinds of schematizations of such structures. That means linguistic speakers make different kinds of generalizations through schematizations or similar such processes. Okay, and these are pervasive not just in meanings but also in other domains of structure such as syntax, phonology. That means sound structure and also syntactic structure, the way symbols are arranged in language. Now, the brain basis of conceptual structures, interestingly, the cognitive structures that I've been talking about are supposed to be grounded in sensory motor systems of the brain. Because in cognitive linguistics, linguistic structures are supported by these conceptualizations, which are supposed to be ultimately brain structures. And there has been neuroscientific evidence for that too. For example, causativity. Now, how do we express causation in human language? So if I take English, we can express causation through the verb cause, for example, C-A-U-S-E, cause, or even widen. Widen means to cause something to be wide, right? Similarly, blacken, to cause something to be black. In such cases, it has been found that there are brain networks in the parietal cortex. So this is the parietal cortex, which is responsible for actions which involve causativity. Likewise, if you look at change of state verbs, such as break. Now, in what sense is break a change of state verb? If I say, I broke the vase, so there's a change of state of the vase from an unbroken state to a broken state. So that is a change that is caused through your breaking action. Now, for such verbs, there is also a different pattern in the brain. And usually, motion-related left lateral occipitotemporal cortex is named, abbreviated as LOTC, and the left ventral temporal cortex, BTC. These are usually responsible for different kinds of object transformation. And the kind of transformation that break induces is also a kind of object transformation, as one object undergoes a change from being unbroken to a broken state. Likewise, there is also neurobiological support for conceptualizations of motion. Motion is expressed in English verbs such as enter, run, fall, etc. And there has also been evidence that posterolateral temporal cortex is responsible Anyway, I will not focus much on the neurobiological literature over here. Let's look at a very simple example. Let's take a sentence like, someone called Ronnie opened the window. Now let's focus on the verb open. Now what does it mean? Open is also a verb which is similar to break, in the sense that when you open something, something which was closed now changes its state to something which is now open. It no longer remains closed. Now, in cognitive linguistics, this is understood to be a kind of action that happens with the help of two participants. The first participant is the more focal participant. Now, the more focal participant is called figure. Now, this term is actually derived from the psychological literature, especially Gestalt psychology, where whenever you perceive something, there will be something which is more focal than something else. So for example, as I'm speaking here, when you look at me, I am more focal than the background over here behind me, right? So the more focal entity will be figure. There is also another term which is also which Langacker developed. The other term is trajector. Now figures and trajectors usually move, or let's say remain focal against a background. Now what is that background? That background is called a landmark, and there's also another term, ground. Okay. Now this is how you can understand the notion of opening. So a figure acts on the ground so that the ground changes its state from being closed to a state in which it is now open. So that is what is shown here in the image. Now there is another important concept which is windowing, that is used by Leon Talmy. Now what is in windowing? Windowing is actually a perceptual process. And as I said, in cognitive linguistics, linguistic structures are supposed to be grounded in our cognitive processes. And perception is, of course, a cognitive process in that sense. Now, what is windowing? When you look at a scene, one part of the scene will be, let's say, more salient, more focused than some other parts of the scene or the rest of the scene. Now, windowing is exactly that. You take a scene, you focus on a part of it, and you ignore the rest, and the rest becomes the background, just like the figure ground distinction. So that is windowing. Okay. So windowing, as the slide says, windowing causes one or more portions or parts of a reference scene to be foregrounded. Now, foregrounding means something will be focused and something will be in the background. Something will be defocused. For instance, if you look at any event which is actually encoded in human language, you'll see that there are certain core participants of the event, and there will be some non-core participants. For example, when I say he or she opened the door, or Ronnie opened the door, what kind of health condition Ronnie was in is immaterial to the entire scene. What kind of geography was actually operative in the scene is also immaterial. So these things are not part of the construal or conceptualization of the event as a whole. So that is called windowing. I'll give you examples to illustrate what I'm trying to convey over here. So if I said they met her in the cafe, right? Now, in the cafe is not actually a figure, is not also the ground. So here they will be the figure, the more focal entity, and her will be the ground or the landmark. Okay, and they will be the trajector or the figure. Now in the cafe is, I think, the secondary entity in a scene. So if you conceive of a scene, an event in which some meeting is taking place between two participants, so the two primary participants will be the figure and the ground, or the trajector and the landmark, in the terminology that I mean introduced, and in the cafe will be backgrounded. Similarly, we like to do it this way. So this way talks about a manner, the manner in which you do something. So this manner will also be in the background in the whole conceptualization of the event. The rest of the structure will be foregrounded. So similarly, all the passengers left the station at 4 p.m. Now this time specification is actually a secondary specification of the event. The primary specification would consist of the trajectory of the figure and the landmark of the ground. And the primary participants are all the passengers, and the secondary participant would be the station. The time, the exact time will be backgrounded, not foregrounded. Similarly, she doesn't represent the team when she feels unwell. Here you have a clause which is also backgrounded. And the foregrounded part will be the rest of the sentence. Okay. Other cases of windowing, spatial windowing. For example, if I say my bike is across the street from the bakery. Now, across the street specifies a path, right? Path along which your bike is located. Now, what is from the bakery? From the bakery specifies some distance from some other location. Now, what is windowing doing here? Now, I can express the same thing, the same scene as I see it in different possible ways depending on how I perceive it. I can also say my bike is across from the bakery. When I say so, I actually omit the path in the description of the sentence, as if it is not part of my focus in the conceptualization of the event. And speakers can do so depending on how they conceptualize an event. Similarly, I can say my bike is across the street. So here I drop the entire distance part in my first sentence, that is from the bakery. So these are all, the second and the third sentences are different ways of conceptualizing a single scene. You can omit certain parts and you can include certain others depending on how you conceptualize the scene. Now, causal chain windowing, now what it means is that when you have a causal chain, one event causes another event. Now, you may include a particular portion of the entire causal chain. When you say A causes B, so event A causes event B. Now, depending on your way of looking at the event, you may include certain parts of the event, and then you can also omit or drop certain parts of the event. For example, if I say I broke the vase by hitting it with a stone, you want to specify how you broke the vase, right? But suppose you say I broke the vase by lifting or grasping or propelling a stone, it seems to be very odd. Now, what's happening over here, if you pick up an intermediate part in the entire causal chain, intermediate part in the sense, when you broke the vase, you do it, when you encode it in language, only the parts in the causal chain which are more directly connected will be included. Now, if I say I broke a vase by, let's say, by lifting some heavy object, now that does not give you the sense of causality. By lifting an object, it's not necessary that you can just break a vase, because the causal chain will become a little distant, right? Because just because I lift something, it's not necessary that I have to break something. So that means intermediate components of a causal chain may be excluded, and that's how an event is supposed to be conceptualized. So this is part of the way we conceptualized causation. So this is also this is also an illustration of the same concept, which is windowing. Similarly, cognitive agent windowing. So if I say I'm going to clean my suit at the dry cleaning store on the corner, now definitely I'm not going to do it, right? Somebody else is going to do it. So who is dropped from the conceptualization? Me. I'm not going to do it. Somebody else is going to do it. But still I say it this way, I'm going to clean my suit at the dry cleaning store. So this is known as windowing of a particular event where the agent is dropped. Similarly, you look at the differences. The king built a pyramid for himself. That is perfectly fine. But if you say the king built a pyramid for him, this is very different from the second sentence. The king had a pyramid built for himself or for him. In the second case, you know that the king did not build it on his own. There were other workers who did the thing for him. So that's why the presence of either him or himself would be okay. But in the first, it is not okay. In the third, the king had his subjects build a pyramid for himself. Now that is not okay, because others cannot do something in terms of grammar in a reflexive sense. Others can do something for somebody else. Okay. So this is also another case of windowing. I mean, windowing of particular agents in the entire action. Time windowing is another important concept where you focus on particular temporal relation and ignore or neglect certain other temporal relations. For example, if I say John met a woman at the party last week, her name was Linda. In the second case, John met a woman at the party last week, her name is Linda. Now what is the difference is that if you say her name was Linda, that means you are recalling the past event and you are now located in the present. In contrast, if you look at the the second pair of sentences, if you say her name is Linda, it suggests that you are still in the present and perhaps the event also occurred in the present. So this is known as time windowing. That means you focus on a particular time relation and defocus some other relations. Factuality, counterfactuality windowing, and this is also very peculiar, especially in human language, because humans have the capability of thinking about alternate possibilities other than what is real. Now, I regret that I did not go there. When you say I regret that I did not go there, so look at the part I did not go there. And also look at the part I regret not having gone there. Now, not having gone is an alternate reality, right? It's not real. Similarly, I wish I had gone to the party. Now again, I wish I had gone. Now this part is again an alternate reality. You did not go there, right? Similarly, I should have gone to the party. That is also an alternate reality. So this is also known as factuality versus counterfactuality windowing. Sometimes you may focus on the alternate reality and keep the reality in the background. Same concept. Something is focused, something else is defocused. Now, as I've been telling you, in Langakar's and Talmey's theory, these two are most crucial entities, figure and ground. Figure and ground, these terms are have been used by Talmey, Leon Talmey, and parallel terms like, as I said, trajectory, which is equivalent to a figure, and a landmark, which is equivalent to a ground. So these terms have been used by Ron Langakar. Now, what is a figure? As I said, the figure is a more focal entity, which is sometimes conceptualized as a moving entity against some background. Now, what is that background called? That background is called a ground. Okay. And a ground is supposed to be a stationary entity or static entity. These two important concepts help us understand what happens in the first two sentences. If I say the paint is peeling from the wall, so obviously the subject, the paint is the figure, right? The trajectory. And it is also something that undergoes some sort of a movement when it peels off from the wall. Now, if you say the other way around, something goes wrong. If you say the wall is peeling off its paint, something is wrong. Because the ground is supposed to be a static or stationary entity. It is not something that can move, that can just change its position. A wall cannot change its position. How do you know it? From your embodied experience. And that's exactly what I said at the beginning. Linguistic structures are nothing but embodied cognitive structures. Structures which are grounded in the mind of the brain and which you acquire through your experiences with the outside world. That's why you say the wall cannot fall off the paint. It is completely nonsensical. Similarly, if you look at these the second pair, you can say the paint is peeling. That is okay, perfectly fine. The wall is also peeling, In English, this is possible, but you see, when you say the wall is peeling, you say that the wall is undergoing a process in which something is falling off from the surface of the wall. Not in the sense the wall itself is falling down. So this is also a kind of windowing. Now, figure ground asymmetry. Now, as we have seen, the figure and the ground cannot be just swapped in their positions in human language. If you swap them, you will find some odd kinds of cognitive structures, which are difficult for you to visualize, also conceive of. So, for example, you can say she resembles him, okay, or she is near him in appearance, or her appearance is near his appearance. Perfectly fine. You can also say he resembles her. Now consider the following. Now suppose I want to say my sister resembles Madonna. Now Madonna is a very well-known figure. Now I can say my sister, okay, who is the figure, who is the trajector. Now that person is compared to some well-established figure, that is Madonna. That is okay. But if you say Madonna resembles my sister, now that is not okay, because you say something goes wrong. Because Madonna is the ground, which is the standard of comparison. My sister is not the standard of comparison. So that is where I think the second sentence goes wrong. Wrong in the sense, not grammatically wrong, but in conceptually it is odd. Okay. But the last two sentences are okay. She grew to resemble him. That is perfectly fine. He grew to resemble her. That is also perfectly fine. Here, you can have that kind of symmetry. So where the ground and the figure can swap their places. That's perfectly fine, because there is a kind of developmental trajectory where somebody grows from one particular state into another, and then there is a transition involved. Now, figure ground reversal, and this also illustrates the same point which I illustrated earlier. The bike is near the house, perfectly fine. Now, as you know, the bike can move around, right? And the house is located, it is stationary, you cannot move it around. And the house acts as a kind of point of reference, with respect to which you look at the bicycle, not the other way around. Oh, sorry, with respect to it, you look at the bike. Now, if you say the house is near the bike, again something goes wrong. Again, the figure ground reversal. I mean, you reverse the positions of the figure on the ground, and you conceive the house to be the figure. Now that goes wrong. Conceptually, it is not viable. Similarly, if I look at the second pair, Clark Kent and Superman. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Superman comics. Is there anyone? Okay. So I can say Clark Kent and Superman. So for example, everyone knows Clark Kent, right? And perhaps no one knows Clark Kent is the same person as Superman. So Clark Kent is the everyday, Clark Kent is the person who people know and who is not famous. But Superman is famous. So Superman can act as a reference point. So I can say Clark Kent is Superman. So I'm identifying Clark Kent with Superman. That's perfectly fine, because Superman is now my point of reference. But if you do it the other way around, again, conceptually something goes wrong. So if you say Superman is Clark Kent, again, you make the point of reference to be your figure. So that makes things conceptually odd. The third sentence is perfectly fine. Here, what you do is that you reverse the conceptualization by using a different kind of preposition. So for example, if I said the lamp is on the table. Now definitely, if you reverse the concepts by saying the table is below the lamp, perfectly fine. Because you have a separate preposition to convey the reversal, then it's perfectly fine. Similarly, Roy purchased the car from Joy. So here I have two figures, figure 1, which is Roy, figure 2, which is the car, and the ground is Joy. Now, as you know, in any situation, event where some selling or buying takes place, selling is equivalent to buying only if the participants are reversed. If I sell something, if I purchase something from someone, okay, that person also sells it to me. So they are logically equivalent. So here the focus is not on logical equivalence, the focus is on different ways of construing or conceptualizing the same event. So these two events are different conceptualizations of the same event of selling or buying, whatever. I mean, some exchange between two participants, some exchange. So the same exchange event can be conceptualized in two different ways. Now, composite figure and composite ground. Now, this is, I think, very interesting. Some of you may be interested. So if you look at a kind of situation where, let's say, the red leaf drifted towards the brown leaf. Okay, let's say on a surface of a pond or a river. Now, in drifting, it's also possible that the other object also can move. So you can also say the brown leaf drifted towards the red leaf. Now, if that happens, in each case, the moving entity will be the figure, and the other entity will be the ground, which acts as a point of reference. Now, what happens if both move? As in the third sentence, the red leaf and the brown leaf drifted towards each other. If that happens, then the figure and ground can be sort of, collapsed into one single object. And when they do so, you can call it a composite figure or composite ground. Either term will suffice, right? Because the first leaf moves with respect to the other leaf, and equally true is the other scenario where the other leaf also moves towards the first leaf. And you can also express composite figure or ground in another way. You can say the red leaf and the brown leaf drifted together. So that also gives you a composite figure or a composite ground. These are just different ways, as I've been telling you, different ways of conceptualizing an event. Okay. You can also say the two leaves drifted together without mentioning the color and so on. Now, another important concept is sequential scanning versus summary scanning. If you look at any event where, let's say, some object is moving through some transitions, okay, you can conceptualize them through the transition as it moves from one stage to another, So look at the first diagram where you see there's a circle-like block which goes from one position to another, right, towards the bottom. So this is known as sequential scanning. One good example will be a scene where, let's say, somebody is playing basketball or a cricket match or some football match, where you see the ball is moving from one position to another as someone kicks the ball or hits the ball with the bat or something like that. So that is one way of conceptualizing a scene. But that is not the only scene. There is also another possibility where you conceptualize the whole transition, the whole thing, as one snapshot, just like a picture. As you take a snapshot, you take the snapshot of the entire process without the part transitions, component transitions. So the second one will be summary scanning. Now, you may ask me how these two are important in linguistic structures. They are. I'll show you. They are important in conceptualizing adverbs, English adverbs, for example. If you look at the first pair, Roy drove the car skillfully versus, you can also say Roy drove the car awkwardly. Now these are process adverbs. They describe the manner in which you execute an action, right? If I say Roy drove the car, you can ask a question, how? The answer would be skillfully. Similarly, if you have the sentence, Roy drove the car, how? Awkwardly. Now you see, since these are process adverbs, if you combine them with verbs which do not specify a process or an action, you will end up with ill-formed sentences. For example, you never say Roy likes or like the car skillfully. It is illegitimate as a sentence, grammatically ill-formed, syntactically ill-formed. Similarly, Roy owns or owned the car awkwardly. That is not also possible. Now, how do you make sense of, let's say, or even in teaching, how do you explain this to a student, for example? Now, cognitive linguistics comes to the help, and the answer comes from conceptual structures. Now, if you look at skillfully or awkwardly, it actually refers to a sequential scanning of an event, how an event unfolds sequentially through a number of stages, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and so on, so that you can refer to the entire process. So for example, driving can be represented as an action or process that passes through a series of changes. So for example, you take the, in the ignition, you put the, you ignite the engine with the help of the car key, and then you press the clutch, and then maybe you move the steering, and it's a process. Now, verbs like likes, or like or own cannot be understood as a process. They don't have any process-like conceptualization. You cannot conceive of them as a process. You cannot also conceive of them as an action having several stages. So that's why skillfully and awkwardly would not go with verbs like or own, because they refer to sequential scanning. In contrast, if you look at verbs like bravely or reluctantly, something different happens. So you can say Ronnie bravely jumped into the river, and Ronnie reluctantly allowed her to jump into the river. Both are perfectly fine. And you can see also that these adverbs talk about some personal attributes of the figures. Now the figure over here is Ronnie. Now these adverbs are not just person-oriented attributes. They do not just refer to person-oriented attributes. They relate to the entire process specified by a verb. And interestingly, such adverbs transform a sequential scanning of a scene into a summary-based scanning of a scene. How? Think of it this way. If you look at the temporal development of the entire scene, somebody bravely jumped into the river. Now what does it mean? It means somebody jumped into the river and that person was brave to do it. Now, the temporal development of the action is gradually backgrounded and transformed into a single snapshot. So here's the point. You conceptualize first the transitions, how somebody is doing the action. Then finally, your focus comes only on the person who actually was brave to do it. So that is exactly the conceptualization of the sentence over here. So that's why it is motivated by a kind of transformation between sequential scanning and from sequential scanning to summary scanning. Now, conceptual metaphors are an active area of research in cognitive linguistics, and it has been found that metaphors are not just found in literature. Metaphors are plenty, and in fact underlie or construct or constitute the foundations of a human language in various cases, not just in a literary sense, but in a fundamental conceptual sense. So what happens, after all, in the case of a metaphor? So the cognitive linguist would say a metaphor is nothing but a kind of transformation or compression of one concept into another. That's it. Now what you do for that, you pick up a source concept and you map it onto a target concept. Some simple examples will perhaps clarify what I mean here. So if I said that guy is in the dark. Now, why would someone say that guy is in the dark instead of saying directly that guy is ignorant? So you sort of think understanding or knowledge is actually seeing, right? So you create a metaphor of understanding that is based on seeing, vision. So the metaphor goes like this: understanding, which is the target, is seeing. Similarly, in the domain of morality, you can say the politician is clean. Now again, why do you use the word clean when you can simply say uncorrupted or honest? Again, we sort of create a kind of metaphor. The metaphor is morality. Morality, which is the target, is cleanliness. So if somebody is immoral, that person is clean. If somebody is immoral, that person is dirty. Now, this is not just happening in just two domains. There are also other domains where metaphors are used. Space versus time. In various languages, not just English, we can talk about space as if it is time, or time, we can talk about time as if it is space. How we can say, let's move the meeting from 2 to 3 p.m. Can a meeting really be moved in a physical sense? No, right? Then why is it happening? Why do we utter such sentences? Similarly, we do say the past is behind us. Well, the past cannot stand behind us. There is no physical past. There is no physical sense in which time, that too in the past sense, can stand behind me. So the sense over here is that time is understood as space. So time is the target and space is the source. Now, one important principle that governs conceptual metaphors is the invariance principle. So there are different kinds of image schemas such as containment, movement, link, which govern different kind of image schemas which are converted into, which help convert one concept into another for metaphors. So image schemas in an invariant form are transformed when a mapping from the source domain onto the target domain happens. For instance, if the image schema is of containment. So what is the image schema of containment? In containment, you see there is a container and something is contained within the container. Let's say, for example, if you have a pitcher or a bottle, the bottle is the container and what is contained inside the bottle is the element or liquid or fluid, whatever it is that is contained. Now, interestingly, when people say, my head is boiling with anger, now this is also a metaphor. In what sense? Now, your head is actually the container. And your head seems to contain some liquid. Now, what is that liquid? That liquid is anger. So, anger is the fluid that is contained in the head. Now, the interior of the container maps onto the interior of the head. That means, whenever you have this mapping between the interior of the container to the interior of the, from the interior of the source to the interior of the target, this is called invariance. So that's why I said here your head is the container. So that means anything that you conceive of a container, anything that you think about a container will have to be mapped onto the head when you think of the head as the container. Similarly, anything that you think about a fluid that is contained has to be also mapped onto the liquid that is now conceptualized as anger. Now, understanding natural logic. Now, how is logic involved over here? So now we may have studied logic in different cases, and there is classical logic and so on. Interesting in human language, if you study the conceptualization of human language, you also come to learn natural logic. Natural in the sense it is the way it is found in human language. And human language has a biological basis, right? Only humans have human language. No other species have it. So here you find a different brand of logic. So we can call it a kind of natural logic, biological logic. Now, what is the nature of this logic? Now, that logic comes to be expressed in human language in peculiar ways. So I'll illustrate this with just 3 examples and then I'll stop. If you look at these adverbs like way, and then thoroughly, and then over, you see them being used in sentences such as, this book is way bigger than that one. You can also say, this office is way up the slope. Similarly, you can say, this system is thoroughly disengaged from the interface. You can also say that is thoroughly damaged. And with over, you can say, the picture hung over the lamp, the bird flew over the garden. Now, how do we find out natural logic in the conceptualization? Suppose we want to teach these adverbs to students. Now, if someone asks you about the difference between way, thoroughly, and over, what is the difference? Yeah, so let's look at way first. Now, there's a particular test which you can also, you can also use to check how way actually behaves as an adverb. Now, way means something like this. Way means something closer to very. That means not too much, not also excessively. Something which is slightly beyond a certain threshold, slightly beyond a certain standard. So that's why if I say A and B are way different but not very different, it actually leads to a contradiction. But the second two sentences are okay. You can say A and B are way different but not completely different. You are not contradicting yourself. But if you say the first, you end up contradicting yourself. Similarly, A and B are way different but not excessively different. So this tells you that way actually means something which is not the same as completely, which is not also same as excessively. Now, how do we understand this? Look at the adverb away. So cognitive linguistics tells you that the conceptualization way is actually derived from the conceptualization of away. How? If you look at a typical sentence with away, you can say she moved away from the cockroach. Usually someone who sees a cockroach and is afraid or fearful of a cockroach because it looks dirty, so one steps away, one moves away, right? Now, what is the meaning of away when one does so? So again, think of a landmark and think of a trajectory. Now, the landmark could be, if you look at the sentence, the cockroach. When you move away, you actually move, now when you move away, you are the trajectory, the moving entity. Now if you look at the arrow over here, you see that you have to move away from the landmark, which is the reference point. In this case, the reference point is the cockroach, from which you are supposed to move away. But move away how much? How much distance do you have to cover? Away does not say this. You can move away 1 inch, 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, but that is not that is not mentioned, that is not definite. All that it says that you have to move some distance from the landmark. And that is exactly the reason why when we say A and B are way different but not very different, it leads to ungrammaticality, because way means you just move, you make a movement from the landmark, and there is no threshold for the movement away from the landmark. So that's why the higher threshold for the adverb way is not like that of completely or even excessively. Because when you say completely, it reaches a threshold, right? The boundary or the ceiling point of any measurement. If I say I'm completely exhausted, if I had some measurement of exhaustion, you have reached the boundary. So away means you do not have to reach the boundary, right? So when you use way as an adverb, the same meaning is also involved over there. And that's why it does not have a meaning of completely, it does not also have a meaning of excessively. Now, somewhat different is thoroughly. Now, thoroughly is derived from through, okay? The preposition through. Now, what is the meaning of through? If you look at the trajectory, now if I give you an example, the car drove through the tunnel. So there is a tunnel through which the car has to drive. Now, what is the meaning over here? So if you look at the image over here, if you imagine the rectangle as the tunnel, and the trajectory is marked by that circle, okay, black circle. So you have to go inside that rectangle and then you have to exit it, right? That is exactly what is meant when you say the car drove through the tunnel. You have to exit, you have to go inside the landmark and then you have to exit the landmark. Now, this concept of exit is exactly what gives the meaning of completely to thoroughly, because you reach the end point of the boundary of the landmark. You have to reach the end point. That means you have to exit the boundary of the landmark. And in this case, the landmark is the tunnel. That is the exact reason why you see this pattern. You cannot say A and B are thoroughly different but are not very different. Bad, ungrammatical. A and B are thoroughly different but not completely different. You are contradicting yourself. Thoroughly means completely. But you can say A and B are thoroughly different but not excessively different. That is okay. Excess means beyond the boundary of the limit, right? Similarly, overly. Overly can be derived from the preposition over. How again if you look at the diagram and if you look at the sentence, the water swelled over the bucket. Now what does it mean? If the bucket has a surface which is the boundary for the containment of the water, if the water swells beyond that boundary, it becomes excessive. That's why it swells, right? That is the meaning of over in the sentence, the water swelled over the bucket. Now, if the bucket is the landmark and if the water is the trajectory, you will see that it has to go above the highest vertical boundary of the landmark, which is the bucket, which is exactly what is shown in the image. So there's a vertical line, right? Dotted line. It has to go above the boundary line, boundary of the landmark. So that is exactly what is encoded even in the adverb overly. When you say A and B are overly different but not excessively different, you contradict yourself. But A and B are overly different but not very different. It is slightly odd. That is indicated by the question mark. Similarly, A and B are overly different but not completely different. That is also odd. That's why they are indicated with question mark. So this is how the meaning of excessively in the adverb thoroughly is derived from the meaning of through as a preposition. So you see, any language has an interconnected set of patterns. One concept is not just encoded in one particular expression. That is also mapped onto another expression of another category. You have prepositions which are mapped onto adverbs, right? Implications for language teaching. Now, my take-home messages will be these. So focus on the underlying cognitive structures that can help in understanding the entrenched patterns of natural logic. So what is natural logic? The logic that you see embedded in concepts, human cognitive structures, which are exactly what you express through linguistic structures. Teachers can actually encourage metaphor-based analogical thinking when they teach language, and that will help. This can also help in metacognitive linguistic tasks. When you think about, linguistically think about their own linguistic patterns, that can also be helpful if they think about their own thinking. That is metacognition. A logic-based understanding of semantics can help learners reflect on the logical patterns. Now here, as you see, the logical patterns are based on conceptualizations, conceptual structures. And teachers can make learners reflect on and also deduce these patterns. And learners' questions about why these structures are bad, not grammatical, and why those structures are not bad, can be easily now explained with the help of such stuff, natural logic. I'll just give you two simple case studies and then I'll stop. If you look at English verbs, usually you'll see that manner is encoded in English verbs. Take run. Run is a particular manner of movement, right? That's what you recognize as run. Fall. Fall is also a particular manner of movement. It has to be downward, not upward. If it is upward, it will not be fall. It will be ascend then. It has to be some sort of descending. Similarly, roll. When you say a ball rolls, it has to be again a particular manner of movement, where a circle-like object has to move over a surface, right? Now, interestingly, not all languages are like that. Manner is not often encoded in other languages, like French, for example. And that is also true, not just of French, but also some Indian languages. Think of translating the verb jog into Tamil or Telugu, Hindi, or whatever. You'll exactly understand what I mean over here. Think of the difficulty of translating jog into a single word. You are not supposed to use two words. Single word for jog. Because jog includes, or the technical term that is used, conflates a particular meaning component into it in English, which is excluded by certain other languages like French, Indian languages, and so on. English models, here's just one simple example. This is a curious example for me because I've heard many people say this. Many people say I could not be able to do this. I think if someone says this is actually ungrammatical. Now, if someone asks why, again you can rely on the notion of conflation. Now, English models like can or could already conflates the notion of ability. If you say it once again, it is no longer needed. It's redundant. So that's why if you say I could not be able to do this, it's nonsensical. My final observation, consider the differences. They walked towards the station, but they could not reach the station. Any problem with this sentence? Any contradiction? Absolutely fine. But if you say they walked to the station, but they could not reach the station, is that possible? Again, why? Again, natural logic based on conceptualization helps. Now, the meaning of towards is different from the meaning of to. To means guaranteed arrival at the destination, your goal. So, to guarantees your movement to the goal. Towards does not. Towards does not guarantee your movement or your arrival at the goal. That is the exact reason why the second sentence is ungrammatical. And that is also expressed in different ways. That's why I can say they ran or walked towards the station for an hour. But I cannot say they ran or walked towards the station in an hour. That is not possible in English. Conversely, I can say they ran or walked to the station in an hour. But I cannot say they ran or walked to the station for an hour. Because for denotes a period. Verbs, prepositions like towards is compatible with a period, but not with a particular some kind of bounded region of time, which is expressed by in an hour. Because when you say in an hour, it sort of delimits, it sets a limit. So that limit is not okay with towards, but that limit is perfectly fine, because you reach a limit whenever you say they ran or walked to the station. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your insightful session on the nuances of cognitive linguistics. It was highly engaging and thought-provoking, and listening to you was truly refreshing, sir. And my apologies for the technical glitch at the beginning of the session. Now it's time to felicitate our speaker. I request our convener, Dr. Lavanya ma'am, our co-convener, Dr. Sharmila ma'am, and our faculty, Rajeshwari ma'am, to be on the dais to felicitate sir. Please welcome, sir.
She's coming.
I thank all the participants for your patience listening. We are sure you had an enriching experience in the forenoon session. Now let us break for lunch. Lunch is being served in F002, that is in FED block, and we would be back in the venue in the same place by 2:15 for the afternoon session. The afternoon session starts with paper presentations. Thank you all. along with Pavani ma'am, who chairs the session for you. So I request all the paper presenters to follow ma'am to Rose Hall. Thank you. Good afternoon, all the participants online and offline. We are about to start our afternoon session. So today we have our first plenary in the afternoon. Graham Seed, Senior Research Manager from Cambridge University Press and Assessment. Graham Seed is a Senior Research Manager at Cambridge University Press and Assessment, where he works on different projects relating to language learning and assessment. His current professional interests include multilingualism in assessment contexts, the future of language assessment, and operationalism of the CEFR. He holds an MA in language testing from Lancaster University, DELTA and CELTA, and previously taught EFL in Bosnia, Russia, and the UK. He is currently also the Secretariat Manager of ALTE, the Association of Language Testers in Europe.
I'm muted. Yes. Okay. We need the technician.
Good afternoon, sir. Graham, sir, good afternoon. Great to have you here. So we have a small problem with the audio. I request you to start in a few minutes. I'll let you know, sir. Sir, can you please speak for a, can you please talk for a minute so that we can. His voice is not. Sir, so please carry on.
Yes? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now you can hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're loud and clear.
Perfect. Thank you very much. In which case, I will start and hope that you can also see my slides. So please let me know at any time if there are any problems with seeing the slides or hearing me. Otherwise, I would take it that you can see me, you can see my slides, and
Yes,
you can
sir.
hear me. Perfect. Thank you very much. Well, it is a pleasure and a privilege to be able to talk to you today. All the way from Cambridge. I am here in Cambridge City, and as I was introduced, I am a Senior Research Manager at Cambridge University Press and Assessment. And my job here involves language education as well. And today I'd like to talk to you about the idea of plurilingualism, and I will explain what that is as I go through my talk, and how we can look at the theory of plurilingualism, but more importantly, how we can put that into practice in our classrooms, English language classroom, or indeed any language classroom. I am going to touch on assessment as well, because that is my particular background, but the session will actually be quite practical, looking at how to implement this in the language classroom. Okay, so let's move on. So as I said, today what I hope to do is actually I'm going to share a little bit about my personal experience on this topic. I am of course going to look at the theory and the terminology behind this area, but as I said, very importantly, I'm going to look at how this is beneficial in the language classroom and how to operationalize this theory in the classroom and in assessment as well. And I'm going to give you some examples to show you what I mean by this. Hopefully, there will be a little bit of time at the end in order for any questions. If you are able to write some comments or questions in the chat as we go along, then fantastic, but I probably won't look at them until the end. Okay, so that's my plan for the next 3/4 of an hour or so. And I'm going to start with this. I'm going to start with our communicative approach that we here in Cambridge, when we are looking at our products, our learning products, our assessment products, this is the theory that we start with. And maybe 50 years, 60, 70 years ago, the way we learnt languages is very different to how we can learn languages today. We often, 50, 60, 70 years ago, studied grammar a lot and did a lot of grammar and translation activities. And while those sorts of activities can be useful, it's not actually the end point of where we want to get our learners to be at. What we want to do is to be able to help them communicate in the real world. And so this approach, the communicative approach to language learning, as well as assessment, is an approach that we have taken in Cambridge in the last few years. It was developed through the 1960s, 1970s, and then particularly in the 1980s and 1990s, we saw this approach gaining traction and being implemented. And the whole purpose of this is to say, okay, when you learn a language, you can do grammar activities, you can do various activities, but can you actually communicate in the real world? In the early years of this century, we also looked at the notion of authenticity. So are you doing authentic tasks in the classroom and in the assessment? Do they feel like a real world activity in order to prepare a language learner to go out there in the real world and use their language, actually communicate with people in real life situations? And that led on to thinking about other factors that are needed when you consider language learning, the social aspects and the cognitive aspects of learning a language. These are also very important as well. You do not learn and use a language in isolation. When you are using a language, you need to bear in mind the social aspects, how you are relating to the other people that you are communicating with. And you also need to think about the cognitive aspects. So what is actually happening in a language user's brain as they are processing language, as they are thinking about that language, and as they are responding to that language. And we often talk about the skills involved in language learning. So reading and listening and writing and speaking are the communicative skills that we use in language learning. So I've summarized this approach like this. We want to facilitate an English learner's ability to communicate in real-world tasks, bearing in mind the social and the cognitive aspects of communication, as well as, of course, the linguistic. So that's our starting point, the fact that we want to help our learners and we want to assess our learners in the communicative approach. So I took that on board as I was a teacher, as I started out my teaching career and indeed my assessment career as well. But there was one question that perplexed me, and it's this that's on the screen now. The L1, which means your home language, your native language, the language that you feel most comfortable with, the language that you use when you were growing up in your early years, your first language. Your L1 should never be used in the English language classroom when you're learning another language. And this was something that was taught to me when I was learning how to teach English as a foreign or as an additional language. And the rationale was the more you use English, or the more you use the target language that you are trying to get the learners to learn, the better it is, the more immersed you are in that language. And that, of course, makes sense to some extent. You want to give your learners exposure to the language that they are learning, if it's English or if it's another language. But at the same time, there was part of me that wondered whether this was entirely true or not. And I started teaching as a language teacher, and I was introduced a few moments ago, having taught in some different countries in the world. One of the countries I taught in is called Bosnia. It's a small country in Central Eastern Europe. And I taught there, I taught English in that country. And I'd like to just give you a couple of personal reflections from my time as an English teacher there in relation to this topic of whether you should allow your learners to use their first language or other languages in the English language classroom. I was listening to my students talk in English. They were practicing an activity, inviting somebody to their town and discussing things that they could do in their town. And one of them said this. They said, let's go to the restaurant. That's a good suggestion of something that they can do in their town, and eat grilled Bosnian mincemeat sausages. So this is a local speciality in the region where I was teaching. And this is correct. This is correct English, but this sentence, this phrase, grilled Bosnian mincemeat sausages, sounded a little bit strange to me and the people in the classroom, because they don't call it that. They call it cevapici. This is the local word for these types of sausages. And it sounded very strange to use this very strange translation into English, grilled Bosnian mincemeat sausages, when it was obvious to everybody in the classroom, to me as the teacher as well, that these sausages are called cevapici. So the students said, can't I just say cevapici? But think, there's this idea that you should only use English, you shouldn't use any of your language in the English language classroom. But that made me think, is that actually true? Can English learners bring in their own languages into the classroom? Here's another quick example. I was with a different student, and in my lesson I had been trying to explain because plus noun plus a verbal phrase. And the difference between that and because of, and then you add a noun. So the difference between because and because of. And he found this really confusing for some reason. It just didn't go in his brain. He couldn't quite understand it. And so I spent a lot of time after the lesson as well, going over to this student again. I really wanted him to understand this point and to make sure he understood it so he could use it in English. Eventually, after a long time, I decided I would give the translation, the local language equivalents. So in the Bosnian language, in the local language, because is jer, and because of is zbog. So that's the translation of those. And he said, oh, that makes sense now. Now I understand. Why didn't you say that at the beginning? Then I would have understood immediately. And that's another example that made me think, why can we not use the local language or somebody's first language in the English language classroom? So, true or false? Your first language should never be used in the English language classroom. That's a question that I thought about when I was a teacher. And then when I started to work for Cambridge University Press and Assessment, and I moved into the research department, I was very interested in conducting research, reading the literature to see what has been said about this particular question. And it's a question that has had a lot of research, but only in the last 5 or 10 years. And so I've been very privileged to investigate this. So I'm going to share a little bit about that with you today. So now a little bit of theory, a little bit of terminology to help us with this idea. My starting point is the Common European Framework of Reference for Language Learning and Teaching and Assessment. It's a document that we use a lot in Cambridge. It helps formulate our ideas about how somebody can learn a language and the steps that they can make in getting better at a language. And the CEFR, maybe you've heard of this, describes being able to talk in or use different languages. And they talk about multilingualism and plurilingualism. Now, multilingualism is the fact that there are many different languages happening in society at one time. So we can say India is a multilingual country. Yes, of course, that's very true. Or even at the individual level, probably most of you, if not all of you listening, are multilingual. You are able to use different languages at different times. And I am multilingual to some extent as well. But there is a contrast between multilingualism, where you have lots of separate languages, and plurilingualism, which is the developing repertoire of an individual user. So what is happening in a language user's brain? They have maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe more languages in their brain, and they are using those languages. They are making decisions about when it's appropriate to use the different languages. And sometimes they are mixing those languages. And sometimes they are working out whether it's appropriate to use languages separately or use languages in some mixed way. Because in their brain, there's lots of languages happening in their brain. How it comes out in reality is maybe through some of these ways. So code switching is when you change languages. So when you're speaking, you start in one language and then you change languages halfway through because maybe there's a better word that you can say in one particular language. Maybe the people that you're speaking to, they know both languages, and it's okay for you to change languages. And we see this happening in India very frequently, often with English, but also with other languages as well. Related to this concept is the idea of translanguaging. So how people can use all the languages that are in their head, but not pay so much attention to which language they are using. So they will code switch and code mix however they desire and not pay too much attention to which language they are using. I don't want to get into detail about the differences in these ideas, but I just want to point out the idea that people do have more than one language in their head often, and how they use it, they can use it in different ways. When we are thinking about education, Senos and Gorta have developed this idea of pedagogical translanguaging. So how do you use this idea of translanguaging, so using many different languages at once for pedagogical reasons, to improve your education, to improve the development of your languages? They say that pedagogical translanguaging is an approach that aims at improving language and indeed also content competencies in schools, I'd argue also outside schools, but particularly in schools, by using the whole of what is in a learner's brain. So not separating out, you're speaking in English, you're speaking in Telugu, you're speaking in Hindi, you're speaking in German, you're speaking in Spanish, but valuing the whole, all the linguistic resources that is in a user. And by using this approach of translanguaging in education, they say it helps, it supports education, particularly language education. And these ideas have been developed, as I said, particularly over the last decade. Some people have called it the multilingual turn in education. This book, the Routledge Handbook of Plurilingual Language Education, was published a few years ago, and I had the privilege of writing a chapter in it, particularly about assessment. But this is a very, very good book, giving some ideas of the whole of this change in language education to value all the linguistic resources that a learner has. And it is moving away from seeing languages as very separated ideas, but how we can view languages as a whole. How do we move away from the native speaker as somebody to aspire to, and actually value language proficiency at whatever level in a user? And particularly here in the UK especially, but elsewhere around the world, we think it does promote these ideas of equality and diversity and including people by valuing them or the whole of their selves. The CFR that I mentioned earlier also talks about plurilingualism and gives some guidance as to how you might value plurilingualism, how you might put it into language education, and what the different steps are in getting better and better at being able to use lots of different languages in your head. And the CFR talks about the importance of building a plurilingual profile. So what that means is that the valuing of all the languages a particular user may have. This is my plurilingual profile, and it shows you that English is my main language, it's the highest, it's probably C2 on the scale, that is the CFR. And I have some knowledge of other languages as well. They're not as high, I'm not as fluent in my other languages as I am in English, which is my home language, but I still have some proficiency in those languages. And it's the valuing of all of those languages that I have, and also how I can potentially use those languages in order to continuing learning those languages and maybe even learning further languages as well, that is of importance. So, for example, the fact that I know a little bit of French and a little bit of Spanish, that knowledge may help me learn Portuguese, for example. We see that English is a very important language in the world, but it is not sufficient. It's not enough just to know English. Yes, of course, it's very useful, but we also value knowing lots of other languages as well. That is good for a learner, and I'll point out why in a minute. And just one final word in this first section is, of course, the importance of these sorts of abilities in India. Yamfid Simply, who is a professor here at the University of Cambridge, she conducted a large study in India a few years ago, looking at the use of translanguaging in classrooms, in societies, and gave some recommendations about how these abilities to translanguage and to use plurilingualism should be developed, and it's okay. And she said that the national education policy in India promotes this learning, but there needs to be clearer guidelines on how to actually use it in the classroom. She has done a lot of work on this, and I would really encourage you to read her reports on this if you are particularly interested in it. I don't know as much about the Indian context specifically, so I am talking generally here today, but her work has been very interesting and important in India. So, how therefore can we see learners' home languages, and that may be their national language, regional languages, the language of schooling, maybe a dialect that they speak. How can we see all of those languages that they use at home and any other languages that they know, even if they only know it a little bit? Remember the fact that I only know a little bit of French and Spanish. How can we use all of that? How can we see all of that as a benefit, as an asset to learning English or other languages, rather than potentially a deficit, rather than how I was taught to become a teacher was that they should get rid of all other languages and focus on English exclusively, because the more English they are exposed to, the better they will be. That's okay, but it means that you need to get rid of all other languages. Actually, how can we see that as a benefit, as an asset? On screen now, hopefully you can see some different reasons that I've pulled out from different literature that has been written over the last few years about how these ideas of translanguaging, plurilingualism can benefit learners. The context in my work, in my research, is specifically the English language classroom. But I think it also applies, of course, to any language classroom, indeed any classroom, actually. On the left-hand side, you can see some reasons why translanguaging can benefit the learners, because they feel more comfortable, they feel valued, they feel that the teachers and the system are respecting who they are. And then there are some reasons on the right why these sorts of ideas can help language learning, because it's just practical, because it's helpful. It may be quicker sometimes to use these ideas in the classroom. It may be more useful. So you can see those sorts of reasons on screen now. And then in my final section of my talk today, what I want to do is to go through some specific ways in which we can implement these ideas in learning and in assessment. And I've divided these examples into two. So first, on the left-hand side, we see some what I've called genuine reasons why learners can use their home language, other languages they know in the classroom. And I'll go through these examples in a minute. They are genuine because in real life situations, and remember we started with the valuing of the communicative approach, the valuing of authentic, real world, real life situations in learning and assessment. So it's because there are real world, genuine reasons why we might use translanguaging, why our learners would use translanguaging. And then on the right-hand side, we see some strategic reasons. I call them strategic reasons. So it's how we can bring the use of other languages into the classroom, because it then helps those learners use English. It is a sort of a scaffold to help them learn English. And again, I'll go through these reasons now. So let's start with some examples then of these areas. So genuine reasons. Now think back to my Bosnian learners and the conditions that they were in. They had something like this task, that a visitor from another country is coming to their home and they want to make a typical meal from their country. It could be Indian in your context, it was Bosnian in my context, it could be any country. And what food will you prepare? And they wanted to talk about cevapcici, which was very specific to their context. Because everybody in that environment knew and understood what that food was. So often with names of foods, with names of festivals, we want to use that particular word because it makes sense, it's relevant to the context, it's personalized to the learner, and often it's very difficult to describe it in English. It may be appropriate to try and give a summary of what it actually is, but it's okay to give the actual word, the actual name. Secondly, a genuine reason why we might want to bring other languages into the classroom or into assessment as well is the topic of cross-linguistic mediation. I'll explain what that is, and I could talk for a long time about this. It's something that I am particularly interested in. And this is the idea of when we are learning or using a different language, often we are mediating from one language into another, often to help somebody else. So let's look at the example on the left here. I'm walking down a street in Italy, for example, with my friend, and we want something to eat. And we see this menu board of different foods that we can eat in this restaurant in Italy. But my friend doesn't speak Italian. I can translate the menu for my friend, but if I did that literally, it would be very boring. I would say menu 1, green salad, caprese pizza. And that doesn't put it into a real world context. if I was doing this in the real world, I would say, look, we could eat here. There are 3 different menus we could choose from. The first menu is a little bit cheaper. It involves a green salad and there's a pizza. But let's have a look at the other menus as well. So do you see how I am translating? But I'm not translating directly. I am mediating from one language into another, from Italian that I am reading into English that I am speaking, so that my friend can understand. And this idea of cross-linguistic mediation is really communicative. It's really real-world scenarios. And if we teach these abilities in our class, I believe that we really are preparing our learners for real-world communicative uses. We can also put this into assessment as well. So the example on the right-hand side here comes from a Greek exam, actually. And it's a little bit small, but what the test taker has to do here is to read the instruction in English at the top, which tells them to write an email to their aunt and uncle who live in Australia. They have to read a newspaper article in Greek, which is their home language, and use information from that article to write a letter in English to their aunt and uncle who live in Australia. So again, what they are doing is cross-linguistic mediation. They are reading a text in Greek. They are not translating it directly, but they are using information from that in order to write an email in English. So they are taking information and using that in an English activity, but not translating directly. Oh, we have sound on the line. So you can see how this cross-linguistic mediation can be used. It's very authentic, it's very real world. We can use it in the classroom, we can use it in assessment. It's really valuable. Here's another Oh, I got muted then. Sorry, I'll carry on. They are reading in German and then answering questions in Italian. So again, they are changing languages, but they're not translating directly. They are mediating the language for their purpose. So I can talk about that idea more, but that's the general idea. And it's as I said, very authentic. Often we use more than one language in a particular context at a particular time. Here are 2 examples from students' English writing, and you can see how they have brought in their own language in a piece of writing which is English, an English piece of writing, but they have brought in their own language because it actually strengthens their English ability, doesn't weaken it. So the example top left, in conclusion, if I could choose a place to be right now, it would doubtless be Veracruz, some town. And then they say in Spanish, then they write in Spanish, vamos a Veracruz. So let's go to Veracruz, their town. The example on the right, Abu Dhabi, this student is from Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi is welcome to anyone and everyone, as the Arabs say, and then they write in Arabic, and then they provide the English translation, welcome my fellows. And again, I hope you agree that that strengthens their English piece of writing, just putting a little bit of their own language in the writing. It really lifts the writing, and it really feels genuine as well. So the challenge is, let's value this. Let's value putting a little bit of their home language in. And the valuing is good just to celebrate people's own languages. This is an example, and it just encourages students in the classroom to value the languages that they know and to think about how they might explain a particular concept in their own language here. So how do you say please and thank you in other languages that you know, whether it's your home language or other languages? So it's valuing language learning as a whole rather than saying you must only learn English. So those are some genuine reasons. Now let's go on to some strategic reasons why we might bring other languages into the English language classroom in order to help learn English. The main reason is maybe to make cognitive connections. So by fostering meta-linguistic awareness or cross-linguistic awareness. So there's nothing strange in this. It is, for example, to see a word in English and then to compare it with a word in a language that you know, and to see, that actually sounds the same. So maybe that's the right word in English. Obviously, it doesn't always work for every word, but it can be a help. And I think it's a technique that teachers already use. Here's another very practical example that I used in my teaching. So you have a sentence and you put the different parts of a sentence on like a post-it note or a separate piece of paper. So this simple sentence, I lived in Italy 15 years ago. And for this, I was in Germany. I had a German group of speakers, of learners of English. And I asked them to rearrange the pieces of paper as if it were a German sentence. And so they put the pieces of paper in this order. And they were thinking about the German word order from the German translation of this sentence. I lived in Italy 15 years ago. In German is vor 15 Jahren habe ich in Italien gelebt, but the word order is different. So it's ago 15 years, have, which is a different word, I in Italy lived. And so they physically moved the pieces of paper about. But as they were doing it, they were exploring the differences in word order between their home language and English. They were drawing on their linguistic resources in their brain. They were discussing with one another, and that was helpful to build cognitive connections. So it was a really valuable task, which involved bringing in their knowledge of their home language and not excluding it. Right, we're running out of time now, so I'm going to go fairly quickly on. A few more strategic reasons involving scaffolding or noticing or comparing between different languages. Watching videos, that is fantastic, where you are listening to a film in your home language and you have English subtitles. It's a very simple idea, but it can really help a learner learn English. Again, they are being encouraged to notice English, comparing it to their home language, and to take that on board. Even if it's done as a leisure activity, it's still helping their English language ability, or the language that they are trying to learn. Being able to notice signs around them in their home environment where English is used as well as other languages, which may be their home language, which may be other languages used in the country or internationally. And again, just using that as an example to see how English is used, what the translation is in another language that they know, to compare it, check if the translation is correct or is it different in some way, and to notice language, to compare it. We also see the use of home languages or other languages when students are planning what to write. And I think this is okay. This shouldn't be discouraged. Here is an example of a piece of writing from a test task that a Portuguese, or I think Brazilian learner, and they have planned out what they want to say, their ideas in Portuguese, their home language, and then use that as a basis for then writing the English. And that helps with planning, that helps with the cognitive connections of just coming up with the ideas, the content ideas, before then they put it into English. Of course, you don't have to do that, but sometimes it's helpful for the learners. And then this last example here, this comes from a Cambridge Young Learners test. And the young learner, we're talking maybe between ages of 6 to 11 here, they have a series of 3 pictures, and they have to write a very short story, a short narrative describing these pictures, what is happening in these pictures. So you can see these 3 pictures, and one test taker has written this at the bottom. This is their response. One day, Sam and Mary play basketball. They are very happy. Suddenly, basketball in the ocean. One haitun helped they catch the basketball. Now, this is a good response. It's not perfect. And in particular, they use this word haitun. Now, this learner comes from China. Chinese is their first language. And they can see the picture of dolphin here, but they don't know the English word for dolphin. So they have remembered what they know in their home language, the word for dolphin in Chinese is haitun, and they haven't panicked. They have transliterated the word from Chinese into Roman characters, English characters, haitun. And this has helped the fluency of the piece of writing. They haven't left a blank. They haven't written, I don't know the word. They haven't panicked. It's not perfect English, but there is a sense of fluency there. And the assessment criteria, the marking criteria for this is given here. Maybe it's a little bit small, but to get top marks, 5 marks here, the learner has to describe these events which are connected to each other. They have to talk about all 3 pictures, and it says minimal effort is required on the part of the reader to make sense of the response. Well, that's true. There is minimal effort. There's a bit of effort on the part of the reader to understand it, because haitun isn't an English word, but there is a sense of fluency here. And so this learner has got full marks, 5 marks, and has used their own linguistic resources to help them maintain fluency in a piece of writing. And notice there's no grammar or vocabulary marking here. It's all about can the reader understand the story. So there we go. There are just some examples that come from both theory and practice of how to operationalize plurilingualism in education, also in some assessment examples there. Remember, it's not something that takes time away from learning English. It helps learners learn English. And it's not a tick box activity to say, yes, tick, I've involved translanguaging in my teaching. Fantastic. I'm now going to move on. Be mindful, of course, of your learners. If you're a teacher or you're involved in teaching, your learners have their own contexts. how might they use the languages that they know in real life contexts? I talked about genuine reasons and strategic reasons. Strategic reasons tend to be more effective with lower abilities in English, but not always. Whereas genuine reasons for translanguaging use that with all abilities, even higher levels. Think about balance. Of course, there is still a time and a place for English only. That's true, that may be true. But don't forget about the other languages that students know. And if you're involved in teaching, if you are involved in a language school, some schools have particular policies about whether students can or cannot use different languages in their classrooms. So if you are in that context, I wonder, do you have a language policy? Are you allowed to use other languages or not? Well, I want to finish now. I'm a couple of minutes over time. We did start a little bit late. Here are some useful links if you want to learn a little bit more. There is a YouTube video about how to use other languages to learn English. There is a short blog piece in the middle that I was involved in writing. And if you want to learn a little bit more about the theoretical side of assessment, then a few years ago now, I wrote a research notes paper on exactly these ideas, specifically in language assessment, less so about general language education, but specifically about assessment. So you might want to look at those examples. So I have my references here, and it just remains for me to say thank you very much for listening. I don't know if we've got any time now for questions because it is, I think, 4 o'clock where you are. But do feel free to email me if you want to, either if you have questions or further comments, or you want to explore this area. I'd be interested to talk to you. So thank you very much from me here in Cambridge. I wish you a good rest of your conference. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your thorough and detailed presentation on English language assessment. Thanks for shedding light on various important details and aspects. Your insightful explanations and examples helps clarifying complex concepts, which will definitely aid us in applying the knowledge effectively. Thank you once again, sir. Thanks for your presence. Thank you.
ఓకేనా పోవట్లేదా మైక్ ఇప్పుడు అవుతుంది మ్యూట్లోనే ఉంది అన్మ్యూట్ Sir, I think there are no questions from the participants. Thank you for your presence, sir. Thank you for your online presence.
So dear participants, it's time for a tea break. Let us break for tea for 10 minutes. Tea and biscuits are provided in the lobby next to the new seminar hall. We'll be back by 4:15. Thank you all. Good afternoon, Ravi sir. Now I request Marchina ma'am to introduce today's plenary to the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Marchina. I'll just ma'am, should I go ahead? Okay. Dr. Ravi Batrapu, Professor Loretta Rogers Chair, Ted Rogers School of Management, Toronto Metropolitan University, Canada. Professor Ravi Batrapu is the Director of the Central for Digital Enterprise Analytics and Leadership at Toronto Metropolitan University, Canada, and the Loretta Rogers Research Chair in Digital Enterprise. He is also a professor of computational social science, currently on leave from Copenhagen University Business School, Denmark, and serves in visiting and adjunct roles at leading institutions in India, including IIM Rohtak, IIM Visakhapatnam, and GATM University. An internationally recognized scholar, Professor Batrapu specialized in big data analytics at the intersections of computer science and social science with expertise in social set analytics, a novel approach to computational social science. His work spans big social data, geospatial analysis, building usage analytics, and blockchain studies. With over 160 publications, including books, journal articles, and conference papers, his research has earned multiple Best Paper awards. He has supervised over 125 master theses, mentored PhD and postdoctoral scholars, and secured research grants worth over 5 million Canadian dollars. Professor Batrapu holds a PhD from the University of Hawaii, an MS from Virginia Tech, and a BTech from Andhra University. His work continues to shape digital enterprise, education, and interdisciplinary research globally. Now I hand over the session to Sir Dr. Ravi Batrapu. Thank you.
Can we do a systems check? Audio, video, screen sharing, everything is fine?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everything is fine.
Okay, you can see my screen too, right? So I will
Yes, sir. Your
switch,
screen is visible, sir, and you are audible.
Okay, let me, I'll switch the camera and then we can get started. Okay, so let me. Okay, there's one comment in the chat that it's inaudible, but I guess it's been fixed, right? So let's before we begin, let's do one final systems check. Audio, video, screen sharing, everything is fine.
Yes, sir. Everything is fine, sir.
Okay, okay. Let us go ahead. So thank you for that kind introduction. Yeah, what I decided to do today was I was in two minds about this talk. You are a humanities group exploring digital humanities, but then most of the hullabaloo about generative AI and natural language processing is on business applications, right? So we seem to be, the current bandwagon seems to say that there will be a great productivity increases, increased automation, job losses, and other things, right? So and being a business school professor, you know, I wanted to focus on that intersection where language meets technology meets business applications, right? Commercial exploitation. That's what the talk will look into. So let me quickly go through. So I will start with some philosophical foundations, a very brief history into AI and ML, and particularly these IT investment cycles. We are now in the generative AI investment cycle. So, and then I think we'll focus on the matter at hand, right? I don't need to tell you about what language is, but I will give you a computational social scientist view of language. How do we look at language as a reference discipline, linguistics as a reference discipline, and then apply in computer science for various applications, right? So, and then I will give you some business cases. I will quickly walk you through the business cases, drawing from my own research, and then we'll conclude with some critical reflections and a reality check. Whenever you have a question, you can ask me. I have the chat in front of me. Right now, all I have is a bunch of avatars, right? Disembodied avatars, no video. That's fine. But if you have a question, you can ask in the chat. I can see the chat, or you can unmute yourself and feel free to interrupt me. Okay. I tend to be, my first language is Telugu. Telugu, as you know, is a very high cadence language, and I am a very fast speaker of Telugu, so I tend to speak very fast. And since this is the area of my research, I speak at the speed of light. So if you have difficulty following, please ask me to slow down. I will try to slow down, right? No promises, but I'll at least make an attempt. Okay. So I think before we, one of the ideas for the conference, the larger the policy justification for research policy justifications for conferences such as this is also to enable research, right, and research-based education. So I wanted to give you about, whatever we hear about, whether it is digital humanities, whether it's natural language processing, whether it is generative AI. If you look at the history of these things, all of these things, without an exception, come out of university research, right? The Humboldtian, research university, where, professors, the primary job of professors is to do research and then do research-based education, right? So this is a very influential book in research policy by Donald Stokes, where he kind of does a 2x2, right, of 2x2 grid of what is, what should public policy fund and what does, research look like. So on one axis, you have the quest for fundamental understanding, low and high. And then the other axis, you have the practical use, the use value or the cash value of ideas, right, or research. So this is, you can say this is applied research, right, applications. This is frontier research or basic research. And he puts, linguistics then would be somewhere here, right? Somebody like Chomsky, I would put him here, right? Somebody like, Sachs, with his conversation analysis and so on, I would put them there. Gail Jefferson would be there, right? And then you have, use-inspired basic research, and then you have applied research, right? So most of the things that we find with large language models, generative AI, are basically cutting across these two quadrants. And of course, you find a lot of bullshit, in this quadrant. Right? Unfortunately, probably 80% of modern academia, because of the incentive structure, falls into that. So we are not really going to focus on the pure basic part. We are going to focus more on the applied research part, right, and use-inspired basic research part, which is what I'll show in case examples. So we also tend to be very fascinated about technology and tend to romanticize it. But from a philosophical point of view, technology is pretty straightforward, right? What distinguishes technology from science or arts or engineering or math, is that, you have, it's either transforming something, right, or traversing across space and time, or you're transcoding, increasingly with information and communication technology, or transcending, human human subjective experiences. And this is the famous 2 by 2, again, another, matrix for you, 2 by 2 matrix in information and communication technologies, right? So right now we are doing, remote interactions, right? We are in the same time, but we are in a different place, right? So that's what, so this is a synchronous, a remote virtual meeting. But then there is always this issue about intersubjectivity, right? And I think that is getting us into language. One of the key purposes of language is to enable this intersubjectivity. We are all allowed, to our own, we can have our own experiences, but we can only know of others' experiences, right? The classical Wittgenstein's having versus knowing distinction. So I think that brings us to so with that, I think let us now look at the public discourse. Let us look at current state of affairs. There is a lot of hullabaloo about large language models, generative AI, right? Singularity, and so on and so forth. I think the Gartner hype cycle is not a scientific curve, but I find it a useful curve. Every now and then, like a broken clock, the management consultancies produce something that is of actually some value in real world. So the Gartner hype cycle is one such thing, right? So there is a technology trigger, and then you have a peak of inflated expectations. Everything seems to be solvable using that technology, right? And then people start realizing that the hard problems, the wicked problems of the world remain as they are: the meaning of life, war, poverty, clean drinking water, social justice, and so on and so forth, right? And then, but slowly, we will realize that this technology provides a class of solutions for a class of problems, and we slowly, reach that plateau of productivity, right? Right now, AI is similarly, at the peak of yeah. So on the and then when it comes to when we get these technologies in the real world of business, managers and organizations tend to think about strategic alignment, right? How does this new technology affect our strategy, right? So there is this technology strategy fit discussion that happens, and absorptive capacity, right? How can we absorb this new knowledge, new techniques? How can we explore them, and how can we exploit them? And will it give us some competitive advantage? Right now, I think if you look at technology, I think whether it is learning technology or production technology or whatnot, medical technology, typically there are two things that are promised, right? To administrators, they will promise low cost, and then to the most important stakeholders like doctors in hospitals or teachers in schools, they will promise reduced time savings, right? This is usually the two promises made with new technology, right? Your costs are going to lower, your time is going to save, the business process is going to improve, right? Your students are going to learn better, it's going to reduce your payroll costs, it's going to save time for your teachers, administrators, and so on and so forth. Both of these are proven to be wrong, right? That's not the case. We know that from research. Keep that in mind, as we go along. Okay, so I think that's a brief overview of where actually things come from. So when we look at generative AI, when we look at large language models and so on, they're coming out, they're coming into existence. They're coming into, their being and becoming is really determined by these kind of, things in the background, right? Those kind of incentive structures, those kind of policy measures, and that kind of, marketplace. Let us now focus on a particular phenomena, right? In order to understand where AI is, I think we just briefly need to go through history. Again, this is organized by the Department of English. You care about, being part of humanities. You care about a historical understanding, right? So let us briefly go through that. So again, this is a point that is well made, right? The Moore's law, the exponential growth in computing power, right? So this is 10 power 3, right? 10 power 5 and so on. So we have an exponential, scale as years went by. Computing has, exponentially increased. If we had the same increase in efficiency with internal combustion engines, we would have, spaceships. We would all be driving spaceships right now, right? This is pretty unique in human history, right? So this is a more detailed view, right? That every 18 to 24 months, the computing power is increasing. But it also comes with a very nice, it's kind of a positive double whammy, right? Computing power is increasing exponentially, and then cost is decreasing exponentially with economies of scale. So again, this is probably one of the few fields, few times in human history where this has happened, right? Both exponential increases in power and exponential decreases in cost, right? So we see that here, right? So cost is going like this, power is going like this, right? Both exponentially, not linearly. Yeah. So this this has meant more and more computing power, exponentially more computing power available at exponentially lower cost, and this is really what led to the AI boom. AI was, AI came out of cognitive science. It came out of a workshop at Dartmouth in the 1950s, right? And what was really holding them back then was computing power. They did not have powerful computers. That's the first, you can say first limitation. The second limitation really was data. They did not have the vast amounts of data that are needed for these statistical techniques to work, because this is a game of large numbers, large data, right? And the digitalization of society really enabled that. But much of what we see is really 70 to 30 years old, right? What we are seeing. So we started in 1950s, right? And we are now in the era of deep learning. So one thing to so here's again a brief history of AI, right? It starts with, again, I think this is the key. This is the key for you, right? After the First World War, between the two. And right about the start of the Second World War, we had the golden age of science fiction. So literature, again, this is something I think for those of you that are looking for research topics and so on and so forth, the role of science fiction in AI, right? And even modern AI it's tremendous. So there is, there can be a canonical analysis that can be done, right? So and then we start seeing some think pieces, right, like from Alan Turing and so on and so forth. This is really the birth, of AI, right? The Dartmouth Summer Research Project and AI, and so on we went. One thing I will say is one thing that AI has learned. AI has two winters. AI winter 1, AI winter 2. What does winter mean? Winter is when AI, the field of AI has traditionally overpromised and underdelivered. They promise the moon, but they don't deliver it, right? One of the surprising findings in artificial intelligence is when the field started, we thought that general intelligence would be easy, and expert or specific intelligence would be, difficult. So being a chess grandmaster, we thought would be difficult. Being a radiologist would be difficult, right? Because they require professional practice, they require creativity and so on and so forth. We thought, imitating or replicating a 5-year-old child or 6-year-old child would be easy. But that proved to be opposite, right? General face recognition, language abilities, right? Natural language and so on. General intelligence, right? Replicating a 6-year-old. An AI that acts like a 6-year-old, thinks like a 6-year-old, talks like a 6-year-old, views the world, interprets the world as a 6-year-old is much more difficult, still an unresolved problem than beating chess masters. Right now, there is no chess master that can defeat a supercomputer, right? A chess supercomputer. That game is, that debate has long been settled. So that's one thing to think in mind, and I think this is where actually linguists have a role to play, right? Yeah. So, okay. So this is the AI winters. I will send the slides to Professor Madhu. If you're interested, you can ask for a copy, right? Or you might distribute them to the conference attendees. Okay. So, and again, particularly looking at machine learning then, right? So again, you see things, right? I mean, these all come out of university research labs, right? 1958, and then you have, the Canadians, right there, the recent Turing Award winners, coming up with deep learning, and machine learning approaches, neural networks, and so on and so forth. So this is really, so that is what I think the first part of the talk was really about, research policy, philosophy, right? What is technology and so on and so forth. Then we looked at, we took all of that feeds into one academic discipline of cognitive science, computer science, linguistics, computational linguistics, right? An interdisciplinary field, and out of that comes AI, machine learning, and deep learning, right? So that's, I gave you brief histories of that. What does that, but then that is ivory tower. So far, all of this is ivory tower, right? This is all fine, you have research, applied research, basic research, use-inspired practical research, whatnot. But this needs to feed into the real world, right? And that's why the taxpayer is funding all of this. That is why the OECD governments, for example, spend 2% of the GDP on R&D, right? Research and development is 2% of GDP, right? That's the standard formula. What do they get for the 2%, right? You get research-based education. Students learn the latest and greatest in from researchers who are teaching, classes in the matters of expertise, and then you hire them, right? And then you implement the latest and greatest in your organizations, and you get competitive advantages, right? So this is how you build an information ecosystem. So this is then the IT. How IT impacts organizations, right? Initially, right, it was system-centric investment. Then we moved towards the personal computer. Then it was network-centric, right? Then we have the content-centric era with social media is included in that. And now we are going towards, a Gen AI investment cycle, right? With chatbots, various, various other generative AI tools, and so on and so forth, right? So these IT investment cycles also come in waves. They kind of crest and trough, right? But we went from the system centric to PC centric to network centric to content centric, and now we are going towards an AI, a Gen AI centric investment cycle. So that's where things are, right? So this is how the industry is adopting the all of this research coming from universities and other research centers, laboratories, and whatnot. So this is where this is the context that we find ourselves in. We spent if 20 minutes on it, 25 minutes on it. But let us now focus on how does this then feed into the phenomena of large language models, right? This you all know. I don't need to, and here's a good reference in case you're looking for something that is at the heart of natural language processing. That's a very good source book, right? To NLP, right? Computational linguistics and speech recognition by Jurafsky and Martin. So of course, we all know this, and you have quite a bit of experience depending on the kind of analysis that you do, right? Over here. So what we do in computational social science at a business school is really focus on these parts, right? And we are really looking at discourses, brand discourses, and other kinds of marketplace discourses, and trying to infer causal relationships so that organizations can gain competitive advantages by knowing their processes better, optimizing them better, and so on and so forth, right? Okay. This is something that you all know. text is one thing, context is another thing, right? There's always this tension, productive tension between the literal text and the context in which this text occurs. It could be a speech act, it could be a written sentence, whether you're doing narrative analysis, discourse analysis, or exegesis of other kind, right? Critical, literary criticism, whatever, whatever that might be. Let us do a small exercise, right? So there is, language, if anything, is overdetermined, right? And now I'm putting my computational social scientist hat on. So when you see, when you encounter a sentence like this, right? I made her duck. What is the universe of possible meanings? So that is text, right? I made her duck is text, but what could be the context, right? Because as the context changes, the valid interpretation of the text varies, right? And this is again of importance to machine learning algorithms. If you have many examples, many such examples, you can learn from the variance between them, right? Let us open it up, right? Anyone in chat or on audio? I made her duck. What would be a valid? If you had to hazard a guess, right? What would you? How would you interpret this sentence, this text? Are you still there? You can type it into chat for those of you that are, remote, or you can use the microphone. Can you still hear me? Yes, no?
Sir, we can hear you. The participants can unmute themselves and ask the questions.
Okay, yeah.
And answer, sir.
Okay, so Priyam, thanks for that. Is it I made her apologize? Bow down, right? The duck as in ducking. Good. Anybody else?
That's what he wrote. That's what he wrote. Unmute the written.
We don't have all day, but I will, So we can have, many such examples, right? I cooked waterfall, right? Duck as I made her duck, right? I cooked the duck for her. I made her duck. I took her duck, right? The possessive, right? The duck here is, It could be you could be pointing to a statue, right? Let's say a plaster of Paris, you see the duck in the corner, the duck statue in the corner that I made, I made her duck. I made her to duck down, right? Quickly lower her head or body. Or, again, something whimsical, something, fancy, right? I waved my magic wand, said something like abracadabra, turned her into an undifferentiated waterfall, right? This duck, yeah. So Srinidhi, thanks for that, right? It could mean a toy or dish made of, a toy or something like that, right? So this is, this is the challenge with text. With language in general, right? Because language is inherently ambiguous, it is overdetermined. Because when we have a recording of a linguistic object, whether it is speech or whether it is text, the written word or the spoken word, what we miss is the context. It's mathematically impossible to capture the entire context, right? We simply do not have the sampling, power to do that, because again the complete model of reality is reality itself, right? Any map will be a reduction from complete and total reality, and what is again complete and total reality. This is the problem with text. We know this, right? But what the solution to this, the solution to this coming from computational linguists was, and particularly in natural language processing, is we don't need to give up. We can acknowledge the inherent ambiguity of a language, its overdetermined nature, and so on and so forth. That problem can be solved by having many such utterances, right? This is a data problem. Right? Let us, if you have, a deluge of data, right? If you have very large data sets, we can design algorithms, right? We can design methods to capture all these variance, and then make a statistical, estimation of what is the most, probable utterance. Which one of these, right? Given, this sentence occurs, in this discourse at this place, therefore the probability of this is 0.9, right? The rest of them, add up to 0.1. So this is the most probable, interpretation. This is only possible when you have large amounts of data, and this is precisely what is happening in statistical machine translation. This is what is happening, in one way or the other in large language models and so on and so forth. It's all about, making these kind of probability estimations, right? I've learned, I have consumed, I've learned from all these, mountains of data. Now I find, I find this particular utterance, right? I encounter this particular query. I can best answer it, this way, right? I can best, the best probability interpretation of this is that, right? So that is what is happening. So then, when it comes to then computational linguistics in general, text mining in particular, you have a plethora of methods. Right? So you can extract information, you can summarize, right? We can do unsupervised learning, so we can do dimensionality reduction, supervised learning, transfer learning, right? And so on and so forth. I will show you, a few examples. This is, again, I give you another reference for those of you that are interested on the technical side of text mining with practical applications. That is Charu Agarwal and Zai, right? That is a very good reference, right? So look into that. So predominantly, this is how then the machinery works, right? Let us open the bonnet and look at the engine a little bit, right? So you have your text corpus. This could be, the entire works of Kalidas, right? It could be, all the dohes of Kabir, right? Whatever that might be, whatever that might be, if you have, you have your corpus, you extract, the feature vectors from it, you send it to a machine learning algorithm, it builds a predictive model. When a new piece of text comes in, it will predict, right? It will do the same extraction of feature vectors, and then it will predict, right? Okay, this is, what kind of duck is this, right? So when you encounter something like, I made a duck here, right? It will provide with, a likelihood of, interpretations, right? If that is what we are interested in. So this is unsupervised machine learning because there is no human input, right? We supply the data, the text corpus, the machine learning algorithm does its magic, right? There is no human input. It's unsupervised, right? We only provide the data. The data is injected, inputted, machine learning, various text, mining algorithms are applied, out comes a predictive model, and you get an unsupervised learning. In supervised learning then, as you can see, what matters then is we attach labels. So these labels could be, right, this piece of text is positive. This piece of text, is negative. This piece of text is neutral, right? Or this could, we say, this is somebody being sad. This is somebody expressing anger, right? This is somebody, expressing joy, right? So we annotate text, we annotate pictures, whatever that might be, right? So we have a data set, and we apply some labels to this data set, right? So that is why it's called supervised. Supervised because there are humans, human supervision in applying labels. And this is one of the fastest growing subfields of generative AI right now, right? Data labeling companies are really making hay while the AI sun shines, you can say. And again, you build a model, when a new piece of text comes in, right? Again, you get a prediction. So this is basically the game. You have unsupervised techniques, you have supervised techniques. Supervised techniques require labels, and these labels require, professional expertise, right, or practical knowledge. Yeah. So that's how they are. So then, if you look at large language models, then as I said, right, large language models, what they are, they really are learning a probability distribution. They don't care about text. They don't care about text like somebody doing literary criticism cares about it. Somebody doing exegesis of religious text cares about the text, right? They don't care about text. They don't even care about context, to be quite honest. What they care about is the structure of language, right? The nature of language, and the statistical nature of language, to be more precise. So they're really learning a probability distribution, right? So you have large data sets, you have variety of data, you have many parameters. Now GPT-4 is done, we have GPT-5, right? Yeah, you have tens and tens of gigabytes of data, right? Conceptually, right, it is very, very difficult to explain large language models, right? So it is like a blob, right? Yeah, it's very difficult, to explain what exactly its inner workings. We know that what is exhibits are behaviors that are engineered into it, and that's all there is to it, right? And we see the blessings of scale again with in AI, right? So this is again another thing, right? Where but something interesting. AI still has not met the economies of scale. It is not, it is getting exponentially more powerful, but it is not getting exponentially cheaper. If anything, electricity is becoming more and more expensive, right? Because there's only, so much amount of it. So this, double dhamaka of exponential increase in power coupled with exponential decreases in cost are not there yet. So the AI investments right now are quite significant, right? That's something to keep in mind, and I think this is also something that you'll encounter if you want to apply AI in your research, in your teaching, and or in your practice, right? That is something to keep in mind. I think I have quite a lot of business cases, but I will show just a couple of examples. I will give you the slides. I will skip over the rest so that we can have some Q&A, right? Let me show you a couple of examples. So this is the background. So so I used to run the Center for Business Data Analytics at Copenhagen Business School. Now I run the Digital Enterprise Analytics Center at Toronto Metropolitan, right? But we are at a business school. We are in applied, we are in applied field. Organizations, we are supposed to work with organizations, have something to say about organizations, right? To public sector, private sector, non-profit, whatever that might be. So how do we use then language technologies, natural language processing in particular? Let's see, one area that we apply NLP is in product development. I'll give you an example of this, right? So this is a few years ago from a master's thesis project in Denmark. So what Adele and Stina did, right? Adele and Stina did was they were working with a Danish company. This company was making one kind of a product. They were making smart baby monitors, right? So a baby monitor is, when you have two units, right? You have a base station that you put in the the mother has it or the caregiver has it, and then the radio unit is placed with the baby, and if you leave the baby out when there's sleeping, or resting with the baby, or they're in the nursery, when the baby cries, you hear it, right? It's like a walkie-talkie, right? So this company had smart baby monitors, right? What does smart mean here? Smart really means, it is connected to internet, and then it has a mobile app, right? And it has a camera, not just, so you get, audio and video, right? So they did text analysis. What did they do? Basically, this project is about, you know, consumer decision making journey, right, or process. So this is a project in consumer psychology, right? So they looked into online discussion forums. So you can say, right, again, you can say this is one kind of, this is kind of a discourse analysis. If you treat, Facebook as a genre, right, there's a particular way of writing on Facebook, there's a particular way of doing it on Twitter, right? If you treat them as genres, right, like in literary analysis, the genre here is online discussion forums. And people are discussing them, right? So they've collected all that data. They've done, natural language processing on it. And what they've discovered is, during the first trimester, the product category consideration, do I need one, is happening in the first trimester. Now, again, this is highlighting all the privacy issues, right? The ethical issues. How do they know that this is the first trimester? Because the users are revealing it themselves, right? They are saying, I'm so many weeks into, I'm in so many weeks pregnant, right? And so on and so forth. So this inference of, the first trimester, second trimester, and third trimester is not snooping. It's not unethical. It is self-disclosed, it's coming from self-disclosed data. So whether you read a baby monitor or not is happening in the first trimester. What kind should we get? Okay, if the answer is yes, right? What kind to get? Get regular or smart, right? That is happening mostly in the second trimester, right? Mostly in the second trimester. The brand discussion is happening, right? Whether we should get the market leader, Philips, or this new Danish company, right? Is happening in the third trimester. What they have found out by doing this analysis is that, they're targeting, their Facebook targeting is wrong. They're targeting, in the third trimester, but by that time the product category decision has been made. If anything, they should target earlier, right? They should convince people to buy. They should target here and really target this here, right? When somebody wants to get a baby monitor, you should make them get a smart baby monitor, right? If they decide to get a smart baby monitor, you have a better chance of it being your product, because you have the leading product in that category, right? So that's that's how it is, right? If somebody decides to get a non-smartphone, then Apple is out of picture, right? So that is that is how. And then they also looked into other kinds of research, right? And then they looked, the first-time parents. The first-time parents place, a lot of emphasis on price, and then sound quality, stable connection, and so on. But once you're experienced parent, you learn from your mistakes, right? You learn that reach. How far can you put these two units? How far you can leave the baby? Can you leave the baby in the nursery on the third floor and be in your kitchen on the second floor or the ground floor, right? Or something like that, The reach becomes most important, and stable connection is, second most important. Price is only third, right? The first-time parents, focus on price. So you can differentiate between them. So the reason I'm spending, time on this is then how cognitive science, linguistics, computational linguistics, right? Now,
Excuse me, sir. Hello, sir, you are not audible. Kindly check. So you are still not audible, sir. Sir, you are audible now, sir. Thank you.
They are so they have a team in this is a Danish company. They have production in China. The market is US. This is the reality of many of these multinational corporations, right? So we are looking at the US market for a Danish headquartered multinational corporation with production, in China. So they have, so this is US Amazon reviews, right? So this team, this is quality control team in China, right? They're manually copying these reviews, then they're annotating these Amazon reviews, they're reading these Amazon reviews. So it is like reading text, right? You might read a short story, right? You might do a literary criticism of, a particular short story or novel, or whatever that might be, right? So here, people. What are the product quality dimensions? Sound quality receiving, physical design, comfortability, sound quality transmitting, connectivity, right? Product durability, power battery, functionality, software app, others, right? And then they're marking them as negative or positive. How many reviews, mention that particular product quality dimension, whether they mention it, here, 27 reviews mention it, sound quality receiving negatively, 59 mention it positively. And this is then viewed by the team in Denmark. Right? So this is a manual process, right? So this is, again, this is text analysis of the manual kind. So they came to us, again, they came to us at the university and said, we keep hearing, about natural language processing and all these, text analytics methods that you guys are using at the university. So can you, at your research center, can you solve our problem? Right now, our problem is, manual. Of course, we say, So then what we do? We take these reviews, we have a tool, right, as part of a PhD that automatically fetches all these reviews, puts it into a professional, database. We have another tool that does the text mining, right? This is a text classifier, multidimensional text analytics tool that is automatically classifying based on, they have about 6,500 reviews already annotated. So we are doing supervised machine learning. We are asking the algorithm to learn from the existing labels, right? This review has been labeled as containing those product quality dimensions with those sentiments. Learn from it. Yes, 6,500 examples. Learn from it, right? Learn from it. Build me a predictive model, right? So we do that, and then we use a third tool, right? Third tool to visualize it, and then the team in Denmark, right? The top management team can interpret. All of it is automated. Now you see, I think, now you see what is happening, right? Both the promise and the peril of these language technologies. People are gone, right? So we have, we have lost. 2 jobs are gone, right? 2 jobs in China are gone. People that are copying, that are annotating, that are visualizing, right? But then, you get more tech-focused managers. Maybe, it's not a complete loss of jobs, but the jobs might move, right? With automation, the jobs might move towards, more high-skilled, more managerial, right? Lesser number of jobs, but probably, hopefully, right, with better pay. Who knows? So this is, again, this is how these technologies then are getting infused into organizations. I wanted to give you a look into these things, right? Particularly, what you do in the English department is quite extremely important for these, because you're upstream. And downstream, downstream is you are dealing with a reference discipline, but then this is practical applications of what you do upstream, right? So it's almost like you are a glacier in Mount Kailas or somewhere, right? But the glacial melt water will come down, irrigate lands far away, right? So that's yeah, this is then how the system looks like, right? So this is this is what is going on with all of this. So this is kind of the source to the sink. If you go from that, language, from phonology, morphology, right, all the way to discourse analysis, this is then, the natural language processing is then used, this way. So this is how. So again, you can look at, the disruption, caused by the digital transformation caused by these natural language processing technologies, right? So let us skip all of that. I'll give you, I have a lot more slides, but let us conclude with this, and then we'll have time for questions, right? Yeah. Of course, there's a lot of negative things that are coming from this, right? Data analytics in general, AI in particular, inclusive of large language models, and so on and so forth, right? In general, it's not IT that matters. It is what you do with IT, right? It is what you do with IT that matters, right? So IT doesn't matter, but the processes, right? Process changes matter. So it is not so much, it doesn't matter whether you use PowerPoint to deliver your lecture, whether you do chalk and talk. Instructional delivery really doesn't matter. The IT used to deliver instruction really doesn't matter. What matters, we know from research in learning sciences, is formative assessment, right? How you give feedback, when you give feedback, how often you give feedback, right? And that is what matters, right? Rather than, so how you use IT is what matters, not so much. And again, for those of you that are interested in reading, intellectually curious and reading, and this is also a good book to read, right? This is a critical take on automation. Again, we seem to think that automation is going to solve all problems. It's coming for us, right? But let us see. So this book says not so fast, right? Again, full automation. It looks, something like that, right? It's on the hype cycle. Okay, so what I think I'll close. I'll close there. There's an ERP thing, but maybe this is one last bit. So this used to be the reality in organizations, right? You have, this is how we used to order before, right? Even in the early stage of computers, right? There's a lot of phone calls, going back and forth, right? But now you have an enterprise resource planning system. Everything is then written to a centralized database, right? So everything is written to a centralized system. This is what we, this is the kind of digital transformations we are dealing with, right? And you see that in your organizational life too. What used to be disparate, systems, separate systems are now getting, centralized into, one database, right? And action on the screen. Let us stop there. Yeah, I basically wanted to, I think, give you something, some philosophy, some history, right? But then bring it all down to earth and say this is then the practical exploration, practical exploitation of these language technologies in organization. And what is, we are still, it's still discourse analysis, it's kind of narrative analysis, right? It's kind of, you can say criticism, but maybe not, high literature criticism, but it is, it is still that done in an automated way, right? Yeah. So time for questions. I will send the slides right away, to Professor Madhu, and he can, once we conclude, I will send the link to them. Any questions, comments?
I request the participants to unmute themselves and ask questions.
Okay, if there are none, so we can conclude. I will send you the I'll send you the slides. Hope you got something something out of it rather than nothing. But my aim again in this presentation was to kind of give you a bird's eye view, right, of from the source to the sink. Right from research policy all the way to the return of investment on that research policy from a practical, pragmatic purpose. I will leave you with, I think, one unsolicited piece of advice. I think for those of you that are interested in pursuing, particularly, looking into Gen AI and so on, look into data labeling, right? Look into data labeling and so on. That is that is where I think we really need expert contributions, right? Not so, I think the technology side and other things are kind of figured out, right? It's hard to compete with computer scientists, or computer science students that are trained in the field in building algorithms and so on and so forth. But data labeling is something where you have unique advantage, right? You are the domain experts, when it comes to English as a discipline, right? So that's, I think, where you have an advantage, or any reference discipline in humanities, right? So data labeling is something, I think, where you have a unique advantage and bring something, something that is not available in the research field and also in the marketplace. Okay, so with that, Madhu, can we close the call? Unless there are questions,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think there are no questions from the participants.
Okay, I will send the slides and have a good, have a good second day of the conference, and all the best. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your insightful presentation on contemporary topics in computation management, linguistics, and cognitive sciences, such as AI, deep learning, text mining, data labeling, etc. So your expertise greatly enriched our understanding of various complex technologies, making the critical concepts accessible and engaging. We sincerely appreciate your time and valuable contribution in joining us virtually. Thank you, sir. With this, we conclude today's session. We trust that all participants found the experience valuable and intellectually enriching. We look forward to reconvening tomorrow at the same venue, prompt by 9:30 a.m. Signing off for today and eagerly anticipating your active participation tomorrow. Thank you all.